Hello, friends. You'll have to excuse me a second while I touch the sky. There, is that better? Yeah, that's a lot better. That's as good as happiness, plus joy, plus excitement, plus fun. Which is pretty good. If you add all those things up together, you're going to be like, wow, this is so great. So, yesterday, I bought myself a Christmas present. Look, inside or out, kitty, you're going to have to make a choice. You can't just play inside-outside kitty all day long. Anyhow, if you're like me, one thing that really says Christmas time is hatred. I hate the peacocks so much. And I was so sad that I had broken my dad's air pistol. So I could not shoot them like I wanted to. Yesterday, I went and got myself this air pistol. This air pistol is a Glock. And it shoots. It shoots these little copper BBs. And next time I see a peacock in my backyard, I'm gonna shoot its ass. I'm gonna just pow. It turns out that I'm really bad at shooting peacocks. So I've tried to shoot some already with it, but I haven't hit any of them yet. But this is nice. It feels nice and heavy in my hand. It's got a smart safety on it. So the way they do the safety on this, even though this is loaded and everything, is you make it safe by pushing on this button with your right finger. Meanwhile, to make it unsafe, you can't reach it with your thumb. Isn't that clever? You have to use two hands to make it unsafe. You are not going to be inside-outside kitty all day. Just give up that notion right now. Who cries at commie sitcom plots of Touched by an Angel? Me, apparently. I'm all into the plot where this man's watch was found stopped at the time of the World Trade Center being attacked, and his wife wants the watch because her son is like, it's like Daddy's heart taking. Well, Jeremiah Fix, if you know anything about elementary school speech competitions, then you know the power of the poem Daddy's Day. It's a poem you get little girls to read in speech competitions because it's all about a girl who goes to school on her bring her father to work day, but her father's dead. It's such a sad poem. And all the judges are like, oh, this poor little girl. And they vote for her. That's a good poem to have elementary school girls read in competition. It's a real tearjerker. Even when I'm coaching it, even though it's so maudlin, as the kids are reading it, I'm just like, oh my God, her dad's dead, oh. That's the kind of cutthroat ruthlessness you need to win speech competitions in elementary school, Jeremiah Fix. You gotta be real cutthroat. You gotta bust out Daddy's Day. Make everybody cry. So I finished that last little bit of mushrooms that Rachel didn't eat the other day. I doubt it'll be enough to do anything to me, but maybe here's hoping a little bit, you know. That's right. Well, listen, Jeremiah Fix, if you are an elementary school speech coach, that's okay. You just gotta go straight for the emotional artery. Especially if it's like a fourth grade girl with a lisp or something. And then it's just like, see you later, competition. You're toast. How's the movie going? It's coming along. I mean, it's really coming along. The next step of the process is the stagers. The stagers come in. I don't exactly remember. It's either tomorrow and Tuesday or Tuesday and Wednesday. That's when the stagers come. The stager's job, ridiculously, is to put fake furniture in the house. Can you imagine? The guy whose job it is to put fake furniture in the house? The painters aren't done, and not only are they not done, they locked me out of the back house and left the lights on. So naturally I'm like, hi, I'll die. don't even have any idea what happened to yesterday, really. Yeah, yesterday's kind of just a big blur. We watched some of a football game. We watched a pretty good football game. I guess yesterday was the morning I went to get McDonald's coffee. But see, now it was live streaming when that happened, though. I don't know. I may have titled yesterday's live stream Friday Morning Musings, but it was actually Saturday morning. That may be why I'm confused. It's also the case, and you definitely deserve you do deserve an explanation, or at least a notification. I have to warn you, I do feel a poop coming on. So I'm probably gonna have to go poop relatively soon. Christmas ideally is like that beautiful Sunday morning from your past. Horrible though it sounds, the best Christmas present I got this year was my mom dying. It's like, oh God, whew. I do not have to go over to the nursing home and put on some Christmas show for the people who work there. Yeah, you do have an intermission coming up, Jeremiah Fix. Since it's just you and me hanging out this morning, you should be informed that there will be an intermission coming up because the poop is gathering like the storms of war in 1939. Which is to say, a lot. The alleviation of the burden that is dealing with your geriatric parent. But it sounds more direct how you say it. It really made things so much more convenient. I just gotta say. I mean, it's like, when I found out that even though Delilah's the only trustee, that only I could access money from the broker until my mom died, I just was like, I have to do it? And then I got special gift from Santa this Christmas. You know that song, All I Want for Christmas is My Two Front Teeth? Well, if you think about it, those two front teeth have to come from somewhere. And Santa decided to take yet another one of my teeth away this morning. You know why? I bought this thing of coffee creamer because I don't mind Starbucks coffee if I have a lot of powdered coffee creamer to pour into it. Otherwise, just forget about Starbucks coffee. It's just like, it's too strong, it's too dark, it's too whatever, I don't know. But I had to go to the supermarket this morning because we were out of cat food. Rachel and I can survive being out of things for a little while. But the cats will not tolerate at all us being out of cat food. They will just meow at us until we go deaf or get them more cat food. So I had no choice but to go to the store this morning. Now, it's this that you're seeing. Whatever, I don't care. Yeah, well, it's not only our two cats, but the third cat that we feed. They're all meowing their fucking heads off. Meow, meow, meow. Rachel has trained herself to sleep through atomic bombs. So it's up to me to deal with the cats every morning, you know. So I had to go down to the Vaughn's. I got cat food. I got 2 coffees. And I got another thing of creamer. And then when I got into the car, I was like, well, let me just pour some of this creamer into my coffee. But the creamer has one of those peel off the top things, right? And I was trying to peel it. It's like, oh, why would you peel off? And I got it in my teeth. There goes another tooth. This one right here. I lost all the eight on it. Now I lost this one. But as losing teeth goes, this one doesn't bother me that much because it doesn't seem to affect how I talk at all. I can handle looking ridiculous, but I can't handle having the way I talk changed. Yeah, child-proof creamer. Old man-proof creamer is what it was. I never did peel it off. Finally, I just took my key and stabbed through it and got it that way. Should have done that in the first place. So yeah, moving along, but It's expensive. Basically, I'll probably get this tooth, and this tooth. I'll probably get implants, and it'll cost like $10,000 just for like 3 implants. It's kind of ridiculous. I'm not gonna get all of this side implants. That would just be insane. It's insanely expensive. Yeah, that's painfully expensive. That's why I just deal with having no teeth. Few teeth. I have some teeth. I don't have no teeth. But I might as well. You know, it's like these days I try to order soft things to eat. that's, that's how bad my mouth is. I'm like a Middle Ages king who has to have everything so soft because all of his teeth are rotten. In the Middle Ages, the cooks for the royalty they cooked everything soft. Because none of the people they were cooking for had good teeth. Pretty soon I'm going to be on the diet my mom was on last couple weeks before she died. Just pureed food. Potatoes are amazing. But you know what are not amazing, Jeremiah Fix? Potato bugs. Potato bugs are disgusting. If you ordered a baked potato and the restaurant misheard you and brought you a baked potato bug, it doesn't matter how much sour cream and chives it has on it. You're not going to want to eat it. And I'll explain to you why. It's pretty straightforward. Potato bugs are gross. They're the possums of the insect world. Yes, they do, Jeremiah Fix. Unfortunately, the FDA has classified potato bugs as potatoes, not bugs. So that's the problem. They should have classified potato bugs as bugs. But by classifying them as potatoes, they've opened up this whole horrible can of disgusting worms. Yes, Cam. That's why your potato pancakes were so delicious. It's because they were made out of potato bugs. When the FDA called me and said, what should we classify these things as? Bugs or potatoes? I said bugs, obviously. And they're like, well, thanks for your input, but we're still calling them potatoes. I said, but that's so wrong. Potato bugs aren't potatoes. Nobody listened to me. So, I got the bushes in the front of the house chopped down like the realtors wanted. Now it's like you could look straight into my house. Why anybody would want to buy a house with no privacy bushes in front of it is beyond me, but I guess that's what people want in houses. I don't know. I wouldn't buy this house. Whoever buys this house has bad taste in houses. But you know, they might be planning, fairly often around here, people buy a house, knock the whole thing down to the ground and build a new house. So, you never know. If you're planning to do that, fine, I get it. You know, it's like, it doesn't really matter what house you get at that point. It would serve my neighbors right, too. They've been doing construction on that house, accomplishing nothing as far as I can tell, for like 2 years straight, so. Anyway, I don't know if you were here yet, Cameron, but Santa brought me a new air pistol. Yeah, he brought me a Glock air pistol. So I can shoot the peacocks with it. You should come over and play with it. It's fun. I can't hit peacocks for shit, but maybe you'll have better luck than me. Probably Home Depot's closed on Christmas, but I do still need to go get those plastic things and cut them. I understand the concept you told me, but I bet somehow if you're not here helping me with it, I'm gonna fuck it up anyway. Cameron did an excellent job. Like, the best job anybody could possibly do at teaching me how to cut those plastic things and providing me everything I need to cut them. But I bet you, somehow, some way, that I will manage to fuck it up again. Even though Cameron's got me set up so a preschooler could do it at this point, I bet you I will somehow manage to fuck up those plastic things again. The camera's not here helping me, you know. Have a great day, bro. Talk to you later. You're leaving so soon? Goodbye, dirt land wagon. So I'll show you my pistol here. It's a air pistol, keep in mind, not a real gun. And what's cool about it, one of the many cool things about it, is the safety you can put on by just pushing this button with your right finger. But to make it go unsafe, you can't reach it with your thumb, right? So you have to use two hands to make it go unsafe. Isn't that smart? I thought that was pretty clever of the makers of this air pistol. It's heavy too. It feels like a real gun. And when you have a brand new CO2 cartridge in it, it's like, you fucking peacocks are lucky I didn't hit you with that one. I do have a real gun, but it's a rifle and it's in the pod. I don't know if I'm ever going to really play with that, but maybe. I'm the dopest homeless person that actually has a home. Yeah. I'm not homeless. I have this horrible home. But I'm gonna get rid of this horrible home and get a different one. I don't like this house. The longer I'm here, the less I like it. One of the problems with this house is it doesn't have anything in it. That's one of the main problems with this house. But besides that, it's just a dumb house. It's like, there's a lot of things I don't like about this house. Like the way you can't open the refrigerator door all the way because it bangs into the pantry. Like the way there's a door leading out of the kitchen into the entryway that bangs into the door of the bathroom in the entryway. Like the fact that the laundry shit was great until my dad had to replace the washer and dryer. He replaced them with front loaders, but they're behind this folding door. So you can't even open the door to the laundry machine all the way. It's horrible. I think it might be fun to watch somebody else race these chairs down the hill. I don't think I want to race them down a hill. That sounds like a good way to hurt myself. Well, I also had the benefit of having the guy at Big Five show me how to make it go, you know, to show me how it worked. So then when I got home, there was only one little part that I had to figure out. And it wasn't that hard to figure out. But it's so and smartly put together. I'm really impressed by their TE. Like, this is what I'm talking about. So, okay. To get the clip out, you push this button, and the clip comes out. This is the part that holds the BBs. Put the BBs in, you just push them into this hole here. But this goes down and locks into place so that it makes it easy to put the BBs in. My dad's one didn't have that feature, which is how I ended up breaking it. Alright, so now you got the clip out, right? You're like, but how do I put in a new canister? Well, that too is easy. You just pull this thing off, right? But look how convenient this is. The Allen wrench you need to meow this part is attached to this thing. You can't possibly lose it. Now that's smart construction, you know? That's a well-designed air pistol. Because if I had to keep the Allen wrench and it wasn't attached to that part of the air pistol, I would lose it like that. I would just lose it instantly. So I would lose it before I walked out of the store. Before I even opened the box, I would lose the Allen wrench. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about losing that Allen wrench. It's attached to the part of the air pistol that you'd want it to be attached to. Wow, delicious TE. Cam Moto must have designed that air pistol. You know? That's the kind of air pistol that Cam Moto would have designed. I designed the air pistol that broke. For sure, because that other air pistol was terribly designed. Anyways, I'm all out of mushrooms. I finished the last little bit of mushrooms this morning. It probably isn't even enough to do anything to me, but at least I got 2 days between doing them. So it might do a little bit of something to me. And then it's like, besides that, I'm completely out of drugs except for Valium, weed, and gummies. It's like, I don't have any speed or mushrooms? What is this world coming to? What is this world coming to? Santa, I said on my list, air pistol, lots of drugs. You only gave me half of the things on my list. And partially some of the other half of the things. I did get a lot of Valiums. And those are fantastic. But, you know, I think, if I remember, I specified mushrooms and amphetamines on my Christmas list. What was that, ayahuasca derivative? What, DMT? Yeah, I did ask for DMT as well. I didn't get any of those things for Christmas. What do you mean that ounce of mushrooms I got like a week ago was supposed to last through Christmas? Santa, you were lying to yourself when you thought that ounce of mushrooms was going to last through Christmas. It didn't even last through that morning. DMT is a dangerous drug to do if you're on an SSRI because unlike mushrooms, you don't develop instant massive tolerance to it. You can just keep hitting that DMT pipe all day long. It'll keep working just as well. So if you are on an SSRI, do DMT only with great caution and care. Do not keep hitting that DMT pipe. If you do it once, you can get away with it fine, probably. But don't do to yourself what Rachel did to herself and give yourself 6 weeks of horrible serotonin syndrome. But, you know, it was less bad than getting neuropathy from binging whippets. Hello, Acacia. How are your leaves, branches, and flowers doing? Merry Christmas. Santa and the Tooth Fairy got their instructions all mixed up this morning. He had sent the Tooth Fairy to give somebody their 2 front teeth, and instead she took out one of mine. So now I have yet another broken off tooth. See? It's this, huh? Are I had this tooth yesterday. That's a hell of a smile, Eric. Poor Eric. It's almost like smoking all that meth was bad for my teeth or something. Which I mean, I know it sounds insane, but that would be fantastic, Jeremiah Fix. I want George Washington dentures. They're all made out of cherry, you know. They're like, are those wooden teeth? Not any wood. This is pure old growth cherry. Where's Rachel? She is asleep. Where any sane person would be at 9 in the morning. Although we went to bed so early last night, she's pushing 12 hours at this point. Rachel and I did the smart Christmas present thing. I said, I want to get myself what I want for Christmas. And then you spend the equivalent amount of money on whatever you want for Christmas. And that way, neither of us is disappointed, and neither of us has to think about shopping for the other person. Acacia, did you not get to have your tarot reading? Well, let's put a solution to that right this second, little missy. I will get you a tarot reading right now. I have the cards right there. Oh, there's a pack of cigarettes in there too. Well, would you look at that? That's a Christmas miracle. A full pack of cigarettes and not even opened at all? Jeremiah Fix. Always being so considerate of other people. What a waste of time and attention. I'm just joshing you. Here's your first card, Acacia. You get the 7 of Swords. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the 7 of Swords means, but I will tell you what it means based on the picture. It means you've got too many swords in your mouth. Okay? So, your first card means you've got too many swords in your mouth. I'm going to recommend removing some of them. The next one you got is the Knight of Cups. You're active, busy, adultish, professionalish, emotionally. Okay, that's what this card means. You're saying, I love you, you're fine, like that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, all that shit. Just in a very adult-like fashion. But just really instrumentally, not as an absolute value. Otherwise, it'd be a king or a queen. The third card is the Ace of Swords. It's a new thing to think about. How exciting! It would be exciting, except for the fact that you've already got too many swords in your mouth. You don't need another one. Okay, let's see what's next. Next one you get is the Ace of Cups. Well, that's just to be expected. It's like, you're already the Knight of Cups, right? You're like, I love you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear about that. You're great. No, don't feel bad. Wait, who are you? I like you. You're gonna meet some new person that you think is cool, you know. Your last card for this Christmas reading. Ooh, you got a good one. Judgment. This means today everybody's gonna judge you. Will you pass? I don't know. We'll find out. Regardless, everybody's gonna be judging the shit out of you. Remember, that's not necessarily bad. They could be saying, good judgments about you. It's not necessarily bad judgments. Okay? It could be like, wow, that acacia really kicks ass. That's still a judgment. It's up to you. You are being judged, so I hope you don't have too much performance anxiety. Ludafe, hello. You know what I got to walk, Ludafe? I bought Rachel a secret Christmas present. Called A Reading from Ludafe. I'm just kidding about it. You better get to the work part, of course. You're welcome, Acacia. Does anybody else want a Christmas morning tarot reading? Yeah, sometimes you gotta grab the flying reindeer by the horn. Merry Christmas to you and yours as well, Acacia. Antlers aren't horns? Are you sure antlers aren't a subset of horns? I think they might be. Or maybe horns are a subset of antlers. You know? Take your time. I'm just joking around. You're gonna sleep a bit more. Well, know while you're sleeping that I am judging you. I cannot believe that Acacia's asleep. It's Christmas morning. She needs to be up doing Christmas stuff. It's probably even later wherever it is you are than it is here. Here it's 9 in the morning. It's probably like noon where you are. That's how lazy you're being. I'm just joking. This is Eric's Christmas morning humor. I watched Bill Burr's son last night. And I'm telling you, a lot of people have compared me to that guy before. This is not just hater talking. I'm funnier than that guy. I'm not that impressed. And I'm not really a hater when it comes to comedy. If something's hilarious, it's hilarious. And it's all there is to it, you know? But I think I'm a level up. He probably is an ENTP, but I'm not that impressed. Sorry, Bill Burr, you're just not really that funny. I mean, you're funny-ish, you know? But it's like I could see all your jokes coming a mile away. They're my jokes, except not as clever. You know? That's what I thought about it. I was ready to be like, okay, Eric, now you gotta watch someone doing you better than you. You know who might be worthy of that is this guy I saw live at the Ontario Comedy Club. I forget what his name was. Corey suggested we go see him. And he was quite funny and very entertaining. And was just talking the whole time, you know. Very much like me in a lot of different ways. But, Carlin. I don't like George Carlin's comedy very much at all. Some of it's okay, but I'm definitely better than Carlin. I don't even do comedy, you know. Well, that's why it's easy to be better than them, Eric, because you're not actually doing it. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot harder when you're up on stage in front of a mic, you know. Did anybody else say they wanted a reading? My comedy is a sermon in hilarity. I'm also the world's greatest professor of comedy. I like to explain why things are funny. Or not, you know. Because there's not a whole lot of comedy that's really subject to that kind of explanation. So when you come across something that is, it's really satisfying to me to explain it. Like the other day when I pulled the callback, right? The callback of The Naked and Afraid when I was doing a reading for Lou. That was a perfect example of a hilarious joke that also was very informative about comedy. Very informative. Nobody saw that callback coming in that context, right? It was completely out of left field. And with callbacks, it's all about timing. It's got to be long enough away from when the original jokes were made that people have totally forgotten about it. And it's got to be not too far away they won't recognize the callback when you make it, you know. Those are opportunistic hilarity moments where you just gotta have the instinct to just say, like, nobody saw that coming, including me, right? I didn't see it coming either. That's how you know it's funny. If you see it coming, other people might see it coming too. Regardless, the takeaway here is that Lou DeFay needs to go on Naked and Afraid. I think that's the primary takeaway. And it's something that we can all agree on. Your name, Lou DeFay, practically sounds like Naked and Afraid. It almost sounds like the same words. Lou DeFay, Naked and Afraid. You're made for each other. You guys, you and Naked and Afraid are made for each other. My guy, how about you? If since Lou DeFay refuses to accept the truth that she should go on Naked and Afraid, I'm going to turn my attention to you. You seem like a guy who actually would go on Naked and Afraid, maybe. How about it? I want to see your dong on Naked and Afraid. Well, the truth is, guys, no matter which of us goes on Naked and Afraid, all we're going to get to see of them is their ass cheeks. Your wife would never let you. That's a perfectly good reason not to go on Naked and Afraid. Maybe you could go on Naked and Afraid 2 dudes. They should have that one. Naked and Afraid, : 2 dudes. Then it's either going to be all eye rolls or all just hot gay sex. Well, you want them to spell out the word : That's not a bad idea, Fly Guy. Well, I don't blame her for not wanting you to : any dudes. That's fair. You got a reasonable wife, Fly Guy, okay? That's a reasonable expectation. Man, it's either gotten cold in here, or I'm feeling the mushrooms a little bit, because all of a sudden I'm so cold. I was like, brr, not Bill Burr. Goldilocks and the 3 Burgers. It's totally Goldilocks and the 3 Burgers out here. And inside. It's like colder inside than outside. What the fuck's going on, you know? It should always be, whatever bad the temperature is, it should always be worse that way outside and better that way inside. I shit you not, it's warmer outside. Okay. I know what happened too. The cleaning lady's supposed to turn down the heater. Ah, no quiero esta casa cuando it's sweltering hot. Quit your bitching, cleaning ladies. Touching my thermostat. How dare you? You don't want to clean my house when it's sweltering hot inside. I don't care what you want. I expect it to be 72 degrees. Ooh. I do believe I hear a peacock. I've never been so excited. I've never even been a little bit excited before to have a peacock in my backyard. Now I don't hear it anymore. I don't see it anywhere. But if it pokes its rotten little head around the corner, I'm going to shoot it with my air pistol. I mean, I'm going to miss it while trying to shoot it with my air pistol, since that's the only thing I seem to be able to do. That'd be a Christmas miracle if I could hit it, right? That's a real Christmas miracle if I could hit this peacock that I was gonna shoot at. If it would just show up. It's like somehow they all got the message, oh, don't go back there anymore. You fucking horrible chickens. I hate you. I'm not a man whose heart is filled with hate, but peacocks deserve it. They deserve all of my hatred. I hear you. Where are you? I'm guessing maybe the peacocks are wearing camouflage today. Yeah, I bet you, Fly Guy, you could do it. You could do Naked and Afraid. $67? Who charged their heater to $67? Oh my God. No wonder it's so cold in here. We don't even sleep at that temperature. Oh. Am I going to use the sights? You mean that little thing you're supposed to look at? I use my eyes, Sharon Dix. These are the only sights I need. I can see the peacocks over there. Pow! You know? Yeah, little birds are always gossiping with each other. It's not like it's really gonna hurt them anyway. It's just gonna make them satisfyingly squawk. I want to hear them go squawk, fucking run away. Like, oh my God, something hit me. Yeah, something hit you. It's one of my babies, motherfuckers. Horrible birds. It's like 34 outside of Florida. It's 66 outside. So when I said it was warmer outside, I guess I was wrong by 1 degree, but it felt warmer because I was sitting in the sun. That seems very wrong, JF. What does JF mean? Do I want to see the peacocks go squawk? Oh, it seems right as rain to me. If you'd lived with peacocks for any duration of time, you'd feel exactly the same way. The only reason, in fact, if you'd lived with peacocks as long as I'd lived with them, you'd be out there with a 12-gauge shotgun. Believe me, because not just the bottom of your shoes, but your whole legs would be covered in peacock shit. Does JF stand for judgment for you? Merry Christmas, Winston's mom. Right now, we're discussing whether it's a good thing that I want to shoot those motherfucking peacocks with my new air pistol. The answer is definitely yes. It's a good thing. So, in case you were on any other side of this debate, you're on the wrong side of it. Because those horrible birds deserve to be shot with my BB gun. The only thing it makes them do is go squawk and fly away or run away, you know. Now, the only reason I know this is because I did successfully hit one with my wrist rocket before, after saying, well, at least I can't break this thing. I broke it. Does Trouble fancy some pleasant? I mean, Trouble eat anything. Trouble wants me to give him whatever it is I'm eating so he can decide if he wants to eat it. This morning, I gave him a piece of donut that I was eating because he was looking at me like, meow, where's my piece, you know? Well, if you want a piece of donut, here. He ate like 2 bites of it. He decided he didn't like it, you know. Oh, pheasant. That makes a lot more sense than pleasant. It's warming up a bit in here now. Whew. It was fine until the mushrooms started kicking in a little bit. The number one thing mushrooms do, first of all, even before they make me nauseous, is they make me feel cold. Like every single time. This guy I talked to at the Madonna Inn was trying to tell me that mushrooms make you feel more of whatever temperature it is. And the reason it was making me feel cold was because it was cold. I just went along with it because I didn't want to argue with him. But that's bullshit. It could be 1,000,000 degrees outside, and mushrooms will still make me feel cold. I expect that's about all these mushrooms I ate this morning are going to do, is make me feel cold. Because it was like a Rachel-sized dose of mushrooms, you know? That was not an Eric-sized dose of mushrooms. I was able to eat all of those mushrooms in one mouthful. It's like, that's not how one eats mushrooms. I have to suffer through at least 3 mouthfuls of mushrooms. Is it really that cold in Florida? Because my friends, Hui and Chao, they thought it was too cold around here. And they're super rich, you know. So they, on a whim, decided to go to Miami to get away from the cold weather. Boy, bad decision. Dip them in honey. Where's this bottle? Obviously, I don't have any honey. Of all the things one might buy at the store, should we buy some honey? No. If I want sugar, I'll put sugar on something, for fuck's sake. I don't need bees to make my sugar for me. It's like, this sugar was attained too simply. I want you to have to reach into a beehive to get my sugar. Only then is it worth my consumption. Why am I doing mushrooms? Well, there were a little bit of mushrooms left, and I waited like 2 whole days. So the real question is, how were there any mushrooms left this morning? Anyway, I'm not really doing mushrooms. Not with that view. I'm just adding a little extra serotonin to the mix, you know. I called Delilah yesterday. I said, what day do you want to get together for some sort of Christmas thing? Today, which was Christmas Eve. Tomorrow, which is Christmas Day. Or Monday, which is the day after Christmas. And of course, she said Monday. And of course, the only reason I care is because I know what she's getting me for Christmas. The only thing I want for Christmas. Adderall. So now I have to wait till tomorrow to get my Christmas present of speed. She knows what I want for Christmas. for sure. It's what I want for Christmas every year. I always want the same thing. In that regard, if you're Delilah, I'm really easy to shop for. She already has my present in her bottle that she has. Everybody like my title? Black Christmases matter. Everyone's hoping for a white Christmas. Hey, Black Christmases matter too. That's the other way, you know, is I'm on at least a little bit of mushrooms. Probably just have just these physical effects. Makes me cold, makes me yawn, makes my nose run. Okay, there. You take the drug that makes you cold, yawn, and your nose run. God, there's something wrong with me right now. I'm the right temperature, I'm not yawning, and my nose isn't running. What should I take? I know. I'll take this very small amount of mushrooms. That'll be sure to fix those problems. Oh, the warmth of the warm air is so warm. Oh, yeah. Warm air, warm me. If you want to get where the warm air is, you guess, if you're me, and you're this tall, stand right here, and the warm air hits you right in the face. Like I said, the warm air thing. It's up there. Can you see it? It's up there. Way up high. I like the way Lou phase heater works. Lou phase heater, guess this. It's got those things on the ground. The hot air comes up from the floor. Like she built her whole house on top of a pool of magma. How great is that? Why am I coming in here? Oh, right. Oh, never mind. That's way too hard. Oh, now, oh, God. What I want is inconveniently inside of this box that has all of these things on top of it. Oh. For those who want to know, the bottom card. Today's bottom card is death. Okay. For those who wanted to know what was on the bottom. Put these over there again. This is always my least favorite part of playing. Cleaning up after yourself. Do I have to clean up after myself? Didn't we just hire cleaning ladies? They should come with like more durability. You know? Like, I want to hire cleaning ladies who not only promise to clean your house, but who also promise that it will stay clean after you move back into it. I don't understand why no cleaning ladies have yet thought to offer that feature. Because everybody would prefer that kind of cleaning lady. Like, because the house is all clean over there, not only have to take all the things on top of this, but then, because it's got all this like crumbs and shit on it, I gotta go over there and put it outside. I can't just like put it on the floor, you know? Okay. What I'm looking for is something that's warm but not scratchy. In other words, something that's not this jacket. Oh my God. This box is full of Rachel's clothes. Wait, but it's got this in it. It's got this in it. I could wear this instead. Now look. I know you guys are honorable people. So when I say close your eyes for a second, you're gonna close your eyes. Because I've got to change my jacket. No peeking. I'll tell you when it's okay to peek again. Almost. Just keep them closed. There. Okay, you can open your eyes again. Those who didn't close their eyes will inform you how lucky you were that you closed your eyes. No, you really should have listened to him. Believe me, you really should have listened to him when he said close your eyes, because he didn't want to see that. Nobody wanted to see that. No, you know what Lou has that nobody in California pretty much has, although I did live in a house in Laverne that had one, but is a basement. But basically nobody in California has a basement. At least don't. I don't know why California is like, we don't need any room underneath our house. Why would you want a room underneath your house? We don't have any tornadoes, so no basements for you. I don't know why California doesn't have basements, but pretty much like nobody in California has a basement. Oh, they're super rare. Super rare. I never, like all my friends, none of them had a basement. It wasn't until I moved to Laverne and was in a house that was built in 1911 that I had a basement. And even then, it was like kind of a forced basement, you know? There was this space under the house that they kind of made into a basement as an afterthought. I'll tell you what though, that house had a hell of an attic. That house's attic ran the whole length of the house. Of course, it was only useful in the middle, especially if you were me, because it was only it's not really after the ceiling, it's above the ceiling. Okay. So, post ceiling wouldn't really be correct. Subfloor, yes, that's correct. Post ceiling, I don't think you got the right yeah for that one. I don't think that's the right one. There's another word for that, but it's not post. I guess it's your meta ceiling. The attic is your meta ceiling. And really, it's not really your meta ceiling, it's your meta floor. Okay, so your attic is your meta floor. And it's really just the floor of the attic that's your meta floor. It's not the whole space. I guess you'd call it your meta house, the attic. I found that what I desired all my life was not to live, if what others are doing is called living, but to express myself. Henry Miller. That is the most complicated way of saying I'm lazy I've ever heard. You know? But that's the point, Fly Guy. It's not after the ceiling, it's above it. After implies a linear progression in time. But the attic was completed the same time the rest of the house was complete. Yeah, okay, fair enough, Fly Guy. I am putting the roof before the carriage. If, in fact, what you're saying is because they put the roof on last, that's why it's post-ceiling, then you win. You just win. I'm sorry. But I still say, since we're not really remembering that much the order of operations from before, we'd be better off calling it your meta house. But I concede defeat. I concede defeat because I guess the roof goes on. I mean, I don't even know if this is the case. I've never paid any attention to a house being built before, but I'm assuming they probably do put the roof on last. Is that correct? No, I cannot see your feet. Instead, I concede defeat. But I may be more difficult to understand now that I lost yet another tooth on Christmas morning. Here, said Santa. First, I'll give you this impossible to open thing of creamer you just bought. Next, I'll give you the terrible idea of using your teeth to try to open it. And third, I'll break another one of them right off. Ho, ho, ho. I mean, what do I expect? I have been pretty naughty this year. Okay. Well, the thing is, right now, though, here's the problem, you guys. Here's why I can't carry a pocket knife or anything else. I'm wearing sweatpants, okay? One of the qualities of sweatpants, I've been wearing them for like a week now. One of the qualities of sweatpants is these strings that it has, right? It doesn't matter how tight you tighten these strings. You could tighten these strings so that you're like a Victorian lady in a corset. You know, you can't even breathe, you know? You can tighten that tight. As soon as you put even one lighter in your pocket, your pants fall straight down to the ground. It's enough to make me want to wear garters, you know. Oh, I'm going to put my wallet and my keys in my pocket. You are dreaming, Eric. You are dreaming an impossible dream that nobody should ever be allowed to dream. You can't put a wallet and keys in your sweatpants pocket, especially since, of course, you're not wearing any underwear. Just be walking around the supermarket with your dong hanging out and your sweats around your ankles. That's what I was saying to Rachel last night. I need to get a pair of suspenders. Because, like, that's what literally happened as I was carrying things into the house last night. By the time I got from the front door to the kitchen, my sweats were around my ankles. Because I thought, oh, maybe I could just put my wallet in my pocket for like 1 minute while I'm carrying those things. Oh, no, you do not. Suspenders with a belt, that's just dumb. But it's not as dumb as the dumbest thing in history that you see people do a lot, surprisingly a lot. You see hunters wearing camouflage with an orange safety vest on. You know, I don't mean to be judgy. Oh, it's because animals don't see orange. Nobody explained that to me. Oh. So while you're blending in beautifully with your camouflage, the orange safety vest doesn't unblend you at all for the animals. You'd think it would counterfeit your camo. I mean, to me, Is that really true, Fly Guy? Animals don't see orange? Oh. Here I was thinking people are just incredibly stupid. And I was right. It's just those people were all me. What do you know? Ask an ESFP about things you don't know anything about, and they'll probably have the answer. But, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, by guy. The reason for that is because all the things you know a lot about are very boring. Like, you could successfully go on naked and afraid. I like to watch Naked and Afraid. That's fine. But I would not want to know about any of the things you have to know about that well to go on Naked and Afraid. Because those things are very boring. Oh. You know what I did. I bet you guys know what I did. I bet you guys know what stupid thing I did. He must have done this. Unless he did some other, even stupider thing. Yeah, he did this. He left his cigarettes in the jacket and he put this into that box. That's what he did. He also began speaking of himself exclusively in the third person. Two stupid things he did at once. Now here's a Christmas morning conundrum. Do I want to smoke a cigarette, or do I want to pull a bong rip and then smoke a cigarette? I think the answer is clear. In fact, to be perfectly honest, I never would have even called it a Christmas morning conundrum if it weren't for the alliteration, because there was no conundrum there at all. I already knew when I declared it such that I was going to go with option 2. Basically, I was lying to you, and I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that. Except for that one lady. I came up with this, didn't come up with, I encountered this one really interesting philosophical situation, which I'll explain to you in a second. It's a little depressing perhaps, but it's a real stick in Immanuel Kant's eye, I gotta say. It's a real chopstick to the eye for Immanuel Kant. Boy, now it's too hot out here. Someone needs to tell the temperature guy, hot, too hot. The weird thing is, I don't even think I feel relieved at all. I just feel disappointed in Bill Burr. Because I'm strangely not a hater at all about comedy. I could be a little bit of a hater about music potentially, although that's basically not anymore. I just can't. You know, when the truth hits you in the face, as hard as it hits me in the face, then it's pretty hard to be a hater, you know? But, yeah, I just feel disappointed in him. Like, people are comparing me to you for a good reason. I get it. It's like, you stole all my most mediocre jokes. And people are just like, ah! That's not that good. Why are you all like, ha 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 about it? I'm not that impressed, Bill Burr, I'm sorry. The thing is, if you were making other kinds of jokes that weren't like similar to my kinds of jokes, I might find them funnier than they deserve to be or something. But you're gonna have to really do a great job with my kind of jokes, and you're not doing a very great job. So you're gonna get few ha-has from me. There's an old Chinese tale about a tiger who gets caught in a trap and asks the monkey to help free him. The tiger ends up indebted to the monkey and feels humiliated over time because of it. And finally, he eats the monkey. Is that what happens? Basically, is that what you're trying to tell me here, Fly Guy? Eventually, you're gonna eat me? Oh no, I'm the tiger in this story, and I'm gonna eat you. I gotta be the monkey. You gotta be the tiger. Otherwise, this metaphor is all backwards. I'm not a tiger in anyone's metaphor, okay? Let's just be honest. Oh, you short-ass cleaning ladies. Or lazy-ass cleaning you're going to. You're not that short because you did all the way to the top on these ones. And then you got lazy and you didn't do all the way to the top on those ones. Because I had already paid you because I didn't want to wait around, you know. This year is the year of the whale. It's one of those, occasionally the Chinese throw in a different animal just for kicks. 2023 is one of those years. We're going to be in the year of the whale. Specifically, it's a baleen whale. So, they only come around once every 3,400 years. The year of the baleen whale. No, Black Guy. It is a very special year. Your local Chinaman didn't tell you about it. But I'm friends with real Chinese people, so I got the in, okay? Not only are they real Chinese people, they're fancy Chinese people who play for the Philharmonic. So they really know the real shit about China. And they're like, psst, hey, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. This year's the year of the baleen whale. And they told me not to tell anybody, but I didn't agree. So, sucks to be them, Yeah, they eat all the animals of the year. They eat rats, they eat dogs, they eat cats, they eat dragons, they eat bulls. That's normal, okay? It's normal for them to eat bulls. What else is there? They eat tigers. They don't just eat tigers. They take tiger bones as medicine to make their dick hard. Merry Christmas to you too, Rachel, and everybody else too. I don't mean to exclude you all from the Merry Christmas. You are all included in this Merry Christmas. What other animals are there in China that they eat? What are the pigs? Well, of course everybody eats pigs. Pigs are delicious. Except Jews and Islamic people for some reason. Boy, talking about getting the raw end of the culinary religious stick. Boy, you poor Jews and Islamic people are arbitrarily in a religion that prohibits you from eating bacon. Oh. Well, that's why I don't choose to be either of those religions. It's like, what am I not supposed to do according to Christianity? It doesn't tell me not to eat anything, I don't think. Eat whatever the fuck you want. That's what animals are for. It specifically says that, it's like, you can eat all them animals. Eat them all. Well, good job, Becky. There's nothing I admire more than a pork-loving Muslim. You know what? You, me, and a pork-loving Jew should all sit down and have a heaping fucking pile of bacon. We should invite a vegan too. They probably won't come though. That's the other thing we need to find. We just need to find a bacon-loving vegan, and we've got ourselves a quadruple of pork that'll go down in history. That's how we make peace between the various peoples, okay, Becky? Becky, you, me, a Jew who loves bacon, and a vegan who loves bacon will all sit around a table and eat a big-ass plate full of bacon. And, that'll be a real Christmas miracle, Who doesn't like bacon? Show me any human being. People, who doesn't like bacon? The same people who don't like the Beatles. I don't like the Beatles and I hate bacon. Okay, well, if they had a home for chronic idiots, we'd place you there. But since we don't, I guess just go about your life as normal. Pork's delicious. It's just there's no way around it. You know, there was some point in my growing up period when my parents decided to replace, for a year or two, turkey with honey baked ham. Then thereafter, we always had both turkey and honey baked ham for all of our holidays, you know. Because the honey baked ham company makes the best ham. If you're gonna get a ham, don't get a cheap ham from the supermarket. If you're gonna bother to get a ham, get a honey baked ham from the honey baked ham company. Those pigs did not die in vain, I'll tell you. And Winston's mom, if you're gonna be dipping something in honey, don't dip something disgusting like mushrooms in honey. Dip something delicious like ham in honey. There's a holiday pointer for you. It's like, look, I may think, why do we even have honey? It's just a very unnecessarily complicated way of getting sugar. It bothers a lot of bees, you know? But now that I'm thinking about honey baked ham, it's like, I don't give a fuck about you bees anymore now. We do need your honey. I forgot about honey baked ham. I'm not gonna put the honey on the ham, but we're gonna need to have at least some of your honey because otherwise, what would the honey baked ham company do? They'd have to dip it in something inferior, like Splenda. I mean, nobody would buy a Splenda dipped ham. Here's the Splenda dipped ham company. We get all of our hams in delicious Splenda. You may call your garbage ass shit Splenda, but it's not splendid at all. You should call it shitta instead. It's just another one of those fake sugars that tastes like shit. Okay? Okay, hey, Fly Guy. I'm not disputing that another ridiculously complicated way of getting sugar might also be as good as honey, okay? You want to dip your ham in maple syrup. You and I are on the same culinary page here, okay? I'm not disputing that a maple syrup dipped ham might be even better than a honey dipped ham. The problem is, maple trees prove more difficult to enslave than bees. So, you know, you can only get so much maple syrup out of them, basically. And it's like, well, can't I just move my hive of trees near some flowers? Not really. You really can't move your hive of trees anywhere, you know. In California, if you drive through the agricultural regions, you'll see they've got all these boxes of bees next to these flowering trees. And the bees are all like, yay, flowers. It's all over the flowers. I think Rachel and I stopped and watched them for a while. And we said, look at those bees go. Little do those bees know that all that honey they're saving up for winter, we're just going to steal it all after they've done all of the work. Honey, us getting honey is the very definition of plunder. You know, it's rapacious plunder. You do all of the work, and then when your product is finally all stored up and ready, we're going to steal it all from you. Well, too bad for them. Good thing animals don't have rights. Because, you know, to have rights, you have to have the capacity for moral reasoning. You know, like we do. Which is why it's okay for us to steal all of your honey. How's that for a mind fuck, bees? That's what you get for lacking the capacity for moral reasoning. The point is, Fly Guy, we may decide correctly to treat them nicely, or humanely as we call it. But regardless, they don't have any right to it. Because after all, we've defined rights as the capacity for moral reasoning. What a bunch of fucks we are, huh? Yes, humans, the most fucked up of all species. By a large mark. Well, okay. You know what? There's another species that's pretty much as fucked up as people. Okay? Just almost just as fucked up as people. And that species, surprisingly, well, I'm gonna let you guys guess. And how many people guess what the other super fucked up species is? I'll give you a minute. I'll smoke this cigarette. I'll hum and haw about other things so you can guess what you think the other equally fucked up species is. Oh, yeah. Oh, so juicy? You are one juicy walking peacock target if I ever saw one. You're practically begging me to shoot you. Oh, even better. He flew down right next to that thing that I was using for target practice yesterday. There was pot on the ground. I was trying to shoot it, you know. It's a broken clay pot. Even when I hit it, it didn't break. So it's not like these BBs are that strong. Right? Of course, that was on the old, almost all used up CO2 cartridge too. Alright, Mother Parker. God, I'm bad at shooting peacocks. I shot it like 5 or 6 times. It could not have been more than 20 feet away from me. I couldn't even hit it one time. Yeah. It still flew away sort of half-heartedly, because it's like, it appears to be someone shooting at me, but I even followed somebody's advice here and tried to use the sight on the pistol. I still couldn't even hit it one time. It's not a small bird, you know. I should have, I hope that someone leaves us a comment on this video. Hashtag Stop Asian Hate. I mean, talk about dumb. Since when was Asian hate an actual problem? The Vietnam War? World War II? Yeah, I agree. Hashtag Stop Asian Hate. Stop Asian Hate. Stop Asian Hate is the appropriate hashtag for World War II. Maybe for soldiers in Vietnam during Vietnam. But, I mean, really? Is there anti-Asian racism? I don't really think so. I never really hear it, you know. The only thing I hear is people complaining over losing the ability to use the word slanty anymore. It's like, God, I really want to call this driveway slanty, but I better not. It's like, did you know this? I think I probably told you before. You want to hear something ridiculous? They don't call the master bedroom anymore. Because somehow it's racist. What? It's not the master bedroom anymore? Or what is it? It's just the primary bedroom. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, then what am I supposed to call my slave quarters? That's what I should have said, Fly Guy. Boy, I wish you had been there in my ear advising me. When the realtor told me, actually, we don't call it the master bedroom anymore. If you had been in my ear advising me, I would have said, well, then what am I supposed to call my slave quarters? That would have been fucking perfect. Oh, I wish I had had that joke in my head. Can I start over? Can I start this whole house selling process over again? Because I really, really want to make that joke. Oh, fuck. I blew it. I blew it so badly by not having that joke at hand. Look, I'm not shooting these peacocks to kill them or even to injure them, okay? These BBs, the best, well, first of all, I'm not even apparently shooting them to hit them since I cannot fucking hit a peacock to save my goddamn life. But I still haven't hit one with that. I hit one with a wrist rocket and I hit its leg. Okay, so this thing that I'm shooting them with is not designed to kill or injure them. It's designed to make them go squawk and get away from my house. Okay, I don't want to hurt them. I mean, I do want it to hurt, but I don't want to hurt them, right? I want it to sting a lot. I don't want it to penetrate their body at all, though. That's why I got an air pistol rather than a regular pistol. If I wanted to kill the peacocks, this would be a poor strategy I'm using. But yeah, if I had this whole process to do over again, that is the one thing I would change. If I could only change one thing. Forget the various mistakes I made that cost me thousands of dollars. If I could just change one thing, I'd go back to that moment when David informed me that they don't call it the master bedroom anymore. And I'd say, well, then what am I going to call my slave quarters? That would have been a moment to go down in history. I would have loved that memory for the rest of my life. I would have cherished it. I still cherish the memory of the time that I made the guy at the gas station laugh so hard. This was like 10, 15 years ago. Because I'd gone in like at 10 o'clock at night the previous night, right? He was on shift. I got cigarettes. Then I came in again the next day like at noon. I think to get more cigarettes probably. I was probably up all night on speed, smoking cigarettes, you know. And he was on shift again. And I said, wow, long shift. He fucking died. Oh my God, he died. He was laughing so hard. It was one of those kind of like erupt and overtake him before he could even begin to process that he was laughing that hard, you know. One of my favorite memories. One of my all-time favorite memories. He just died. He was laughing so hard. It was a pretty good joke. But, you know, he thought it was the most hilarious joke he'd ever heard. Okay? But that joke that I made that made that guy die was not even half the joke of Five Guys joke. But you gotta be quick. You gotta be quick in the context there. It's like, I had no idea I was going to learn they didn't call master bedrooms anymore until that moment, right? I had zero preparation. That makes a good comedian. You know, you just gotta be out of you before it's gotta surprise you too, you know. Well, it's like, okay, so I had heard Delilah multiple times complain about the fact that she gave me her stuffed animal sugar to wash. I put sugar in the washing machine, and somehow sugar got lost. I don't know how. I don't know if I didn't put it in the dryer, or I don't know what happened to that fucking thing. But Delilah, being SI fifth, never forgets when it's convenient to her, when it's about something she cares about, and holds immense irrational value towards things from the past. So she's complained about that ever since she was like 7 years old or whenever it happened. And she was complaining about it again one time at Cheesecake Factory. And I said, yeah, I never should have put sugar in the washing machine. After all, sugar's water soluble. But the thing, oh, you can't replace sugar? Like, you can't replace that stuffed whatever it was. She would know for sure. She would be double offended that you even attempted. You know, it's like, you don't know my daughter if you think you could replace her stuffed animal with a similar looking one and she's not gonna know. And then you're gonna be in super trouble for trying to fool her. She wants that one. She didn't even want it washed because it had a disgusting gamey smell to it, you know? I was like, come on, let me just wash it at least, and then I lose it. Oh, God. That was just like parenting nightmare number 6 on the list of parenting nightmares. Insist your daughter wash her favorite toy and then lose it. Oh my God. Oh no! You can put that right up there on the list of the time I killed the fish, which I will never stop hearing about either. With my little daughter watching as I'm trying to clean the algae out of the tank of the fish by putting just a little bit of bleach in the tank. And the fish instantly all go whoop, belly up and float to the top. I was like, oh, Eric, you just murdered all of your fish in front of your little daughter. Oh, you horrible, horrible monster. Oh. Oh. This is gonna scar us both forever. Talk about bad TE. I just thought, well, you know, they put a fair amount of, they put like a whole jug of chlorine in a swimming pool. I just put like 1 or 2 drops of bleach in this. It'll just clean up the algae. The fish will be fine. Oh, no, they won't. They're all gonna instantly die. And that's what they're gonna do. They're all gonna instantly die. And your little daughter's standing right there. And she's an SE dome. So she's never gonna forget it. And every time she's mad at me, she's gonna bring it up. And beat me up with it. You lost sugar. And you killed my fish. Oh. And all I'm ever going to be able to do is be like, I did do both of those things. I'm sorry. Oh. Here, entrust your favorite toy to your father to wash it. You can trust your father to wash your favorite toy. Oh, how do I lose my daughter's favorite toy? Somehow, between putting it in the washing machine and taking the stuff out of the dryer, how does one lose something somewhere in the middle of that process? And if I'm gonna lose something, like, oh, I'm missing a sock. Where is its match? I don't give a fuck. I'll just wear mismatched socks, you know? I get it. Sometimes the washing machine just eats your socks. But my daughter's favorite toy? Oh. No. No, washing machine gods. No, not that one. Anything but that one. Oh well. And here it is. Freaking 18 years later or something. Christmas morning. I still have to deal with the fact that I lost sugar. The only thing that's good about it is that I was able to make that great joke at freaking Cheesecake Factory. But the reason this story is coming up at all is that really, although I didn't come up with that joke until that moment at Cheesecake Factory, I had many years of preparation in advance, okay? So it was very plausible for me to come up with that joke. I had zero idea at all ahead of time that they didn't call it a master bedroom anymore. So coming up with that great joke, but then what will I call my slave quarters on the fly, that takes a level of comedy genius even higher than mine. You gotta really be just like, bam, on point to get that one. With just zero, because I mean, the first thing I think, obviously when I learned that they don't call it a master bedroom anymore, the first thing that comes into my mind is, why not? You know, like, why would they change the name? What? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they change the name? Like, this is for the master of the house, you know? The kids have to go in their regular bedroom. We get the master bedroom, you know. So, I was just woefully unprepared to make that joke. And I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I tell you what else I'll regret for a while. Hiring these fucking painters who locked me out of my own back house and left the lights on. The outside lights on. Yeah. Oh, sure, I probably have a key to their someplace. They obviously have a key. I don't know how they got it. I hope they have a key. They haven't put any of the blinds back. They have paint cans still in there. So they're gonna need to get back in there. Unless they just plan on just leaving it like that forever. Well, I mean, here's the deal. The stagers, I have to look at my phone to find out, but they're either coming tomorrow and Tuesday or Tuesday and Wednesday. If they're coming tomorrow, those fucking painters better be here like 6 a.m. finishing this shit, or somebody named Eric is going to yell at them. Hi! Your people, shut! You're doing a shitty job of not me making me. I don't put it on. I would think about you. No, we're just complaining about you. We're just done a terrible job of not making Rachel complain about you. Can I use your bathroom to pee inside? Just pee outside, for fuck's sake. Yes, of course you use the bathroom, but if you're just gonna pee, just pee outside like a regular human being does. And that's what outside's for. Peeing, it's for spitting, it's for smoking, it's for things like that. God, this sun is so hot on me right now, though. It's enough to make me not want to smoke this cigarette. But, you know, I guess the reasons the slabs made me lose Delilah's paper toy was precisely so that many years later I could make that hilarious joke. And frankly, now that I think about it, it's pretty much a wash. Pretty much a wash. I'll take the deal. Dr. Eric and Mr. Tiffany is. You're on a roll today, Fly Guy. So, this morning, I figured out why I liked that guava kombucha so much. I had this guava kombucha last night. I was like, oh my god, this is the greatest fucking kombucha I have ever had. It is so good. It had alcohol in it. That's why I liked it so much. I went to the store this morning to look for some more of it. I was like, wow, that stuff was really good. It doesn't have hardly any alcohol, I don't think. But it doesn't say how much alcohol it has in it is the weird thing. But it's fine. I got another bottle, actually. They didn't have any of the small bottles, so I got this bottle. But it's the most delicious shit I have ever tasted, dude. This stuff is so good. This stuff, it's like, oh my god. Has there ever been a more delicious drink in history? And it just says on it, kombucha is a fermented tea that has naturally occurring alcohol. Do not consume if you are avoiding alcohol due to pregnancies, allergies, sensitivities, or religious beliefs. Well, how much alcohol does it have in it? I'm used to drinking things that have less than 0.5% alcohol in it, right? I'm fine with that. It says nowhere on this package, anywhere, how much alcohol it has in it. It just says, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, please consult with your healthcare professional before consuming our products. It can't have very much alcohol in it, or it would say how much alcohol it had in it, you know? I consider this a non-alcoholic beverage. It's sold in the non-alcoholic beverage section. It has so little alcohol in it that it doesn't even have to say how much alcohol it has in it. So I'm just going to drink it. You know, it has very little, but I'm guessing that must be why I like it so much, is it has a little bit more than non-alcoholic beer, probably. As far as I'm concerned, it's fair game. It's in the non-alcoholic beverage section. I get to drink it. And regardless of alcohol, this stuff is so delicious. Look, I mean, I drink non-alcoholic beer all the time that's not 0.0. I don't have any problem with it, so. They're twice as strong as non-alcoholic beer. Whatever. you don't even have to be 21 to buy this. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's fair game for me to drink it. I have my weird rules, right? They work for me. Like that time I had a yogurt that had gotten too old, I guess, or something. And it clearly tasted like alcohol. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm eating all this yogurt. This is fair because this isn't supposed to have any alcohol in it. Isn't that weird? It's okay for me to consume alcohol as long as it's not supposed to have any alcohol in it. That's just how I operate, you know? I just can't choose to consume alcohol. I'm not choosing to consume alcohol when I'm drinking this thing. I'm choosing to drink this fucking delicious drink. I never even had kombucha until like 2 days ago. And the first one I got was this one here. Now, this one, I think says on it that it has no alcohol in it. No, it's the same as non-alcoholic beer, less than 0.5% alcohol. So, this one, on the other hand, doesn't bother telling you. I appreciate that. If you told me and the number were big enough, I might not be able to drink you. But with that says, like all kinds of other fermented food and drink, including kefir, soy sauce, vinegar, kombucha naturally contains alcohol. However, it isn't brewed to be intoxicating. It's simply a natural result of the fermentation process used to create the drink. Becky, you're way behind. You're way behind in this stream. I know there are some alcoholic kombuchas that are in the alcoholic drink section, right? This is not from the alcoholic drink section. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's fair game. Hi, Michelle Way. You have a very busy to-do list. I think, actually, your to-do list is going to make you very busy. Meanwhile, your to-do list itself has almost nothing to do, except occasionally get things crossed off of it. Maybe Rachel's Christmas present arrived or something. Sounds like she might be opening the front door. Do they deliver packages on Christmas Day? Apparently they do. Who knew? The supermarket was open on Christmas Day. That's how come I was able to go get more cat food. And this large bottle of not alcohol. Miss Fortune, if we were to write down our to-don'ts, the lists would go on to infinity. Oh, you're just grabbing a towel. Oh, okay. Different door she's opening. Open a door. I'll be curious to see what I got Rachel for Christmas when she decides what it is she wants and purchases it and it arrives. She got me an air pistol to shoot peacocks with. Or, I'm sorry, to miss peacocks with. It's the second best Christmas present I'm going to get this year. The best Christmas present I'm going to get this year, I'm going to get tomorrow. It's going to be from my daughter. And it's going to be just a hug, her love. That's the best Christmas. No, that's not what it is. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm going to get from her amphetamines. That's my favorite. The only way my daughter can give me a better Christmas present is if she wrapped my amphetamines in mushrooms. That would be the best Christmas ever. What's this? A full meth pipe and a ounce of mushrooms for Christmas morning? Oh. It takes a while, Michelle. We're doing it as fast as humanly possible, believe it or not. We've got every fucking thing out of this house. Everything. Except these two chairs, this TV, this mic stand. Like everything that you see here is everything inside the house except for the bed. My ottoman is a packing container full of clothes. We haven't moved the wine because we don't have any place else to store it properly like that. Wine's one of those weird things. We don't drink, but like the estate sale people just took the liquor away. I don't know what they did with it. There was a lot of liquor around here too, including full bottles of liquor that were not opened, but they just took them all away. I didn't care. I don't care what they did. But wine's a little different. It's like we've got like 1987 bottle of Mia or something, you know. I can't sell it because the ATF won't let me. I want to give it to people who are wine likers, you know, who can really appreciate it. Delilah could get some of it, but there's no point getting it appraised. You can't sell it. You have to, well, you can, but you have to go through a, what do you call it? Consignment, like a wine consignment person. Yeah, that's what I'm basically thinking about with that, is they're good gifts. In fact, I was going to ask you for your mailing address. You can email it to me. I'm going to mail you a couple bottles of wine. Except then somebody said, in India, they make you pay some weird fee at the post office just to get things. Somebody told me that. So I was going to look into seeing if I could send you wine and pay that weird fee on this side, you know? Because I don't want to, like, give you a gift that then you have to pay for. I was like, that's fucked up. Is that true about India? To get a package at the post office, you have to pay them? That's fucking ridiculous. Alligators will take the opportunity to eat their spouse if they're bleeding. Bears will eat their young. Well, I mean, have you ever tasted a young bear? They're delicious. Mwah. Is that true though about India? They make you pay to get a package? How fucked up is that? That's like, they've got the whole idea of being a post office wrong. You know? That's not what the post office is supposed to do. You're supposed to pay the post office to send a package. And the people who get the package don't have to pay things. It's completely fucking backwards. I got a puzzle. You fucking idiot, your puzzle has wrong. You got a hot dog backwards. It doesn't be free to send shit, but cost money to receive it. If it costs money to send shit, and be free to receive it. Obviously, it's like the person who wants you to do the work, the person sending something, should have to pay you. And then, when you actually complete your work, you shouldn't expect them to pay you too. You fucking thieves. Seriously, think about that. Can you imagine if after I hired the gardener to chop down those bushes, they then said, okay, now, dead bushes, you too have to pay me? That's the exact same thing that's going on there with your post office in India. It's like, I already paid you to chop down those bushes. Don't try to hit up the dead bushes now for more money. You got your whole post office thing fucking backwards. That's not what post offices are supposed to do. From now on, I'm going to use the following metaphor. You're as back-asswards as an Indian post office. Oh. Well, I thought I had left them right there. I put them in my pocket. I'm surprised putting these cigarettes in my pocket didn't make my sweatpants fall down to my ankles. Freaking sweatpants. Why do you even have pockets? Your pockets are big fucking practical jokes is what they are. Sweatpants' pockets are just trying to play practical joke on whoever's wearing sweatpants. It's still sunny out here. Go away. It's like I can't even smoke like more than 3 hits on a cigarette. It's this horrible sun. God. The sun's like right on me. I can see those lights are on over there. But I can't turn them off. It's impossible for me to turn them off. I don't even know if it's the same door handle lock thing. I think they have a deadbolt it even. They really don't want me going in there, I guess. I'm like, hey, fucking painters, this is my house. For a little while longer. So just, can you let me go into my own back house, please? Perhaps the most hilarious thing of all, after all of that drama with my imagined disinheritance, is one thing that's absolutely clear in the fucking thing is this is my house. Oh, God. I hate this house, though. I don't want this house. It's horrible. I have to get an air pistol just to stop it from being constantly covered in shit. It's remarkably poorly designed for an ESTJ's work. It's like, I can't sit out on the deck in the morning and smoke a cigarette without being blasted by the blazing sun. Thanks a lot. There's some good design decision there. The laundry thing was great. It was fine and great. Until Dad and all of his infinite wisdom decided to get front-loading washing machines. And now it's just a disaster. Front-loading washing machines, by the way, are terrible. Okay? Front-loading wash, well, I mean, when he designed this house and the two extraneous, ridiculous decks outside, purportedly, There was a 50-50 chance the giant maple tree was going to survive, which would have provided ample shade for us all. Of course, my mom said no. My dad said, that goes here, kale tree. My mom and I both said, no. Oh, you might get canceled, Becky, but not because of that. I hate front-loading washing machines too. They were a terrible idea from concept to completion, and they seem to have taken over the washing machine industry entirely. There are lots of things an umbrella can't fix, Miss Fortune. I'm sorry. You're wrong. When you said that there is nothing that an umbrella can't fix, you're just displaying how very little imagination you have. There are very, very many things in life that an umbrella cannot fix. If you're talking about my son problem specifically, what's interesting is even when we had all of this stuff in the house, there was never any umbrella outside. It's weird how ESTJs are like miracle workers on some problems and complete idiots on others. It's weird, right? Like the bathroom door, this front bathroom, and the door from the kitchen bang into each other. Like, how did my dad make a house, like, just say, yeah, it was, blah, blah, blah? Well, because it's compromise thinking, right? We want that extra half bath for property value. More than we care about these two doors banging into each other, I guess. We want both the pantry where it is and the fridge where it is, even though it means normally, you can open a refrigerator door like all the way so that it's at the same line as the front of the fridge, basically. Well, not at our house. You can only open the refrigerator door like this much because then it bangs into the pantry. I fucking hate this house. I've been practicing hating this house for months now as I'm getting used to leaving it, That way, and it's getting increasingly easier to hate as it has nothing in it, Except these horrible washing machines with this sliding door that you can't even open the washing machine door all the way. And oven we can't use because then we'd get it dirty and we'd have to clean it again. This TV set up on these boxes like we're God's gift to retardation or something. These two ugly chairs that don't go with anything. This is a TV, right? It's on 2001 and 2000's tax returns. And there's our sad house. Like all of our stuff that's inside is right here. Well, then Rachel's got her girl stuff like on the bathroom counter. You know how girls are about their girl stuff. Well, don't worry, guys. We'll definitely be keeping my parents' tax returns from the years 2000 and 2001. Critically important that we have those. I mean, I just want to keep them for nostalgia reasons. Those are two of my best memory tax years. Boy, fiscal year 2000. That brings back such fond memories. I'm excited to be in the new house. I'll be out of this fucking boredom castle. In LA, they have this place. In fact, I said to Rachel before, and I think I'm going to actually maybe follow through on this one, that we should go there one time before we leave LA. I've never been there before. It's this place called the Magic Castle. And the Magic Castle is a restaurant that also has magic shows. It's like your entertainment while you're eating dinner, you know? It is, of course, ridiculously expensive, which is why I've never gone there. But I think that before we leave Los Angeles, right, because like right next to the Hollywood Bowl, you know, it's like it's in one of those like hoity-toity spots where like everything's twice as expensive as it should be, you know. Before we leave I think it's a hotel too. Maybe we'll spend a night, since we have to spend some nights out of the house. Maybe we'll spend one of our hotel nights at the Magic Castle, and we'll have dinner there and see their magic show. And fingers crossed. There's no guarantees. But I am hoping to have my mind blown by somebody pulling scarves out of their sleeve. That is the trick I'm hoping to see at the Magic Castle. Does it snow where I live now? In Arcadia? No, never. It has never once in 51 years snowed where I am now. It has snowed a little bit up the hill from me, like once, but it has never snowed here. Where we're moving to, when we looked at the house, it was covered in snow. It was gorgeous. I love snow personally. Because I'm from LA, my whole life I always associate snow with the only vacations I really enjoyed, which was going skiing in Mammoth. I have wonderful memories of snow, and like when my parents took me to other places like Hawaii, my memories of Hawaii are memories of sitting in the hotel room watching the Olympics and ordering prime rib for room service. Those are my memories of Hawaii because I didn't want to go to the beach. I don't like the beach. It's sandy. It's too hot. You get wet with this gross salty water. So there's never any shade. It's like, where are the trees? My best memory from all those trips we took to Hawaii, my parents and I, it had to be either 1980, probably, or 84. No, it couldn't have been 84 because I think we were here for those Olympics. We were in town. It must have been 80 when the U.S. boycotted it. No, but I think did we boycott the 80 Summer Olympics too? I don't know. Regardless, we were in this some fancy ass resort on Maui. And I spent the whole vacation in the hotel room watching the Olympics and ordering prime rib from room service. Like, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. When at the end of this vacation, when my dad saw the bill, he fucking went through the roof. I was hungry. You couldn't order anything except prime rib? Well, that's what I wanted to eat. My best memory from all of those trips to Hawaii with my parents when I was a kid doesn't involve them at all. It involves me. It was one of those things they bring to your room with a big circle and you take the lid off of it, you know? And the Olympics are on TV. I mean, I could have done that at a hotel room anywhere, you know? But my best memories of Mammoth are all like playing in the snow. Like, or the time my friend Chris Moore and I, we, outside of our condo in Mammoth, it snowed a whole bunch, right? So normally, we were on the ground floor of the condo. And normally you open the sliding glass door and there's outside. Except the sliding glass door all the way to the top was just snow. So you open the sliding glass door and some snow would just fall into your condo. But it didn't really fall in. We opened the sliding glass door, it didn't fall in. And Chris Morrow and I made the most awesome snow tunnel cave thing. We dug into the snow. We'd get like a bucket, we'd take it outside to the front door, which I guess my dad must have like shoveled away some of the snow from the front door or something. And then eventually we had like an inside part that we scooped out so that then for a while we could just put the scoops of snow into that inside part and then we'd take it all from the inside part. It had multiple rooms. It was great. It was the greatest snow house fort tunnel thing ever. If you thought you knew what childhood fun sounds like, you were wrong. That's what childhood fun sounds like. digging your own snow house outside of your condo. Yeah, that's fucking fun, dude. I would want to do that now. I don't care if I am 51 years old. I would still want to make that snow fort. Even if it was just by myself, even if Rachel didn't want to participate, I would just be like, I'm making a snow fort. I'm going to go sit in there. I'm going to be like, fuck yeah. I made this snow fort. I love snow. Snow makes me think of skiing. I like skiing, you know. I started skiing so young that I'm good at it. You want to watch Eric fall down instantly? Put him on a skateboard, a snowboard, ice skates, roller skates, or anything of the sort, okay? And you will see Eric immediately fall over. But because my parents put me on skis so young, and I skied so much when I was a little kid, skis are the one exception. You can put me on skis, I'm fine. Do not take me snowboarding, please. I've actually never tried it, but I can already tell. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna be able to snowboard. There's just zero chance I'm ever gonna be able to snowboard. So just don't be like, well, we're going skiing, but we're out of skis. Do you want to snowboard? No. I don't want to snowboard. I just wish I weren't even here. It's either skis or nothing. No snowboard. Snow forts are magical spaces to be in. They have this weird lighting, you know, that changes depending on how much snow is above you. And this weird bluish lighting, you know, they're great. And when it's like, it's right outside your sliding door, right? So you open the sliding door and you go into your snow fort. You can even close the sliding door behind you, you know? And then when you, and the snow goes all the way to the top of the sliding door. And so then when you want to go back inside the house, you just leave the snow fort, you close the sliding door, and go to bed. The next morning, if you want to go to your snow fort again, it's just a sliding door away. How great is that, right? Willow Daniel, hello. Yeah, there's a lot of unrequested natural light going on right now. Because in the morning, the sun comes right into this room. Got all the blinds closed except for the one that I can't close. Because if I close that one, then I have to open and close it every time I want to go out the door. For a second, yesterday, I deluded myself. Rachel, I'm sure, knew I was deluding myself. I said, Rachel, I said, I'm not talking to you now, Rachel. I'm telling you a story about you. I said, Rachel, from now on, we're going to close these blinds. and we're gonna go out the other sliding door. It's just right around the corner here. It's hardly any less convenient. That lasted like 1 minute. Is all it lasted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You want to put creamer in it, though,
Yes.
believe me. And believe me, that creamer is extra delicious because it cost me a tooth.
Cost you tooth?
It cost me a tooth.
You lost another tooth?
Yeah, trying to open that fucking creamer with my teeth.
Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's okay. That's my coal from Santa.
It's your goal from Santa.
Yeah, for being naughty this year.
You were naughty.
Well, Rachel, I was pretty naughty this year. I may regret it. I may have already learned my lesson and regret it, but it doesn't change the fact that I was pretty naughty. And so instead of coal, Santa said he's going to go up a level and knock one of my teeth out. It's fine. I deserved it. I don't have a 12-year-old, but I am a 12-year-old.
Oh man, I just made a mess over the counter.
You made a mess what?
On the counter.
Oh, on the counter? Well, that's fortunately easy enough to clean up with paper towels, which we do have right here. And water, which we have in the center. Here.
Thank you.
Why can't you drink it anymore, Becky T? Why can't you drink this delicious, delicious stuff? I have not tried their other flavors, but I'm a big fan of guava in general. So, you know, it's like if you have a fruit drink of some sort, and you give me all these fruit options, like we've got cantaloupe, lemon, blood orange, plum, pear, watermelon, like every fruit. And then you say guava, give me guava. But you know how I know this doesn't have very much alcohol in it? I still have this much left.
I'm like actually like embarrassed because I really thought for sure that it was like 0.5.
It's non-alcoholic, you know? It's in the non-alcoholic beverage section, it's non-alcoholic.
Okay.
I'm not knowingly choosing an alcoholic beverage because it has alcohol in it.
No.
And so if it happens to have a little alcohol in it, whatever. It's like orange juice, you know? Orange juice always has alcohol like 1%.
Oh.
Yeah. What's Rachel drinking?
I got some Starbucks coffee.
She's drinking COFFEE coffee. Well, because you started late, but you didn't move the thing to now. You won't even hear this answer until you until you do. You won't even hear this answer yet. You're probably like, why isn't he answering my question? I am. It's just in your future. I slept a lot last night, but I didn't sleep very well last night. I also get the sense that Rachel didn't sleep especially well last night.
No, I didn't.
Because she moved to the floor at one point.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't even hot in here. The temperature last night was set at 67.
Oh, that was perfect.
Yeah, it was because the cleaning ladies, I guess, didn't want to clean when it was hot, you know. So they must have turned down the heater. We typically keep it, when we're awake, at like 72. When we're asleep, at like 70, maybe 69. But, 67, that's about the lowest this house's heater has ever seen, I think. You know? Do my feet get cold? I've got a really great situation going on. I can't really tell because I've got neuropathy. Are my feet cold? Your guess is as good as mine. A lot of times they feel cold, even when they're clearly not. So who knows?
Yeah, they do feel cold even when they're not.
It's actually just, to be honest, it's just this part of my foot, from here to the front. From here to the front. This part of my foot's fine. So.
That's good. Means you stopped at the right time.
Yeah. It's like, Rachel's getting neuropathy. That couldn't possibly be from these whippets. I keep doing them. We keep doing them. Hold on a second. I'm getting neuropathy. It must be from these whippets. And then just to be sure, I went and got an extra box like 2 months after I quit. Did all 50 of them. And then I gave myself extra neuropathy. For a while, I couldn't nod my head down without getting these shooting electric things all down my arms and legs. That part, fortunately, has gotten better. I don't know, Anomaly 4. How many whippets have you done? I sound like a valley girl? Well, it's one of my identities. You know, I'm trans everything, so.
Sure you are trans everything.
Sometimes I'm totally a valley girl. It's like, hi. These Armenians are so gross. That's something valley girls say. White valley girls roll their eyes at Armenian valley girls.
Oh.
You know why?
Why?
Because Armenians have very tacky taste in everything.
I mean, just like the Kardashians.
I'm sorry, it's true, Armenians. You think all that gold everything makes you look fancy. It just makes you look tacky. You're just gonna have to accept it. You don't know a human who will eat his wife if she's bleeding? I'd be concerned if you did. Oh, you cut your arm, Rachel. Come here. Time for some cannibalism.
Oh, I didn't know you were into that.
No, I'm not. But Becky T here informs us that in fact alligators do that. If there's an alligator couple and one of them starts bleeding, the other one will eat it.
Oh, that's right. I heard that in the stream before.
They're not very loyal alligators,
No.
I guess. Guess that's why they call them cold-blooded. Yeah. No, I mean, like, humans are not bad and horrible as a whole to each other, usually.
Usually. Get them in a car, they're a little bit different.
Usually. We're bad and horrible to everything else. Except the things we like. We treat our cats as though they were gods. But I'll shoot a peacock with my pellet gun and laugh at its anguished squawk. That's because if there's ever been a creature who deserves to be shot with my air pistol, it is the ignoble poop machine that is a peacock.
They are poop machines, they're super poopy.
Yeah. There's exactly one problem with my brilliant plan.
Uh-oh.
I apparently am unable to hit a peacock with my air pistol, even if I'm only standing 10 feet away. So, I guess I'm gonna have to get better at aiming. Peacocks are like equatorial geese. They do fly north and south for the winter and summer and stuff. It's just like, a quarter of a mile. They just go like a quarter mile that way and like a quarter mile that way. Whew. That migration was exhausting. I had to glide like a whole quarter mile down from that tall tree. And then when it gets down to the ground, the peacocks are like, fuck. I hate sunset. I'm glad sunset's a long ways away. Because come sunset, I'm gonna have to go back up to the top of that tree. The thing is, they don't fly all the way up to the top of the tree. What they do is they fly up to a low branch, and then they fly up to the next branch, and they fly up to the next branch.
The peacocks?
Yeah, that's how they get to the top of those tall trees. They don't fly all the way up there. Like a peacock, it'll fly from the ground to my roof.
Sorry.
And that's pretty exhausting for it. It's like, I made it all the way here to the roof. But you know what I'm going to say when it gets onto the roof? You're still not safe, motherfucker. Because this time, I'm not chasing you with a Swiffer like usual. Shaking a Swiffer at you. This time, I'm going to miss you with my air pistol. I don't care if you are on the roof. You're still within range of my air pistol. Chances of me hitting you approach 0 by the time you're on the roof, of course, but still. Even a blind squirrel shoots an occasional peacock. Both blind squirrels and broken clocks still hit an occasional peacock with their air pistol.
So I have this line, Merry Christmas, baby. Ah, in my head, it keeps on like playing in my head. Now I have a question. Is Merry Christmas, baby? Is that Bruce Springsteen?
Well, the way you sounded it, my first thought was it was Elvis, the way you sang it. But now you say Bruce Springsteen, it could be either one. They both could be doing that. But it does remind me, though, of my question. Maybe somebody around here knows what it is. I keep having this little bit of a song in my head.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What will be, so let me show you. But that's the only part of it I can remember. Can anybody tell me what song it is that I'm singing? People who can't get to the point and tell long stories. Is that related to type? Yeah. You could be looking at 4th slot any, 3rd slot any, or even potentially 2nd slot any. Oh no, I won't miss this one. Because I have acquired for myself a projectile weapon that is guaranteed not to kill or injure a peacock, but that's guaranteed to sting and make them amusingly squawk and fly away. I already hit one with my wrist rocket. I didn't feel bad at all. I felt like throwing a fucking party.
I felt like your dad was very much, what do you call it? He ran a tight ship when it came to like the peacocks too. Like he didn't let them hang around.
That's why we had an air pistol. The thing is, no, that's very, if in fact I were to somehow hit it right in the head and kill it, you know what? I still wouldn't fucking feel bad. I hate these birds so much at this point, I wouldn't give a fuck.
That says a lot.
If you live with as much shit as we've lived with, for as long as we've lived with it, you would hate these birds too.
And like now, since we've been away, since when we went away to Portland, they just keep coming back in big groups because the house was empty for a long time, so it didn't have anyone saying shoo to them. And they still believe that this area is a place for them to go to because no one's there, but we're here.
Now, the only thing that would makes me emotional, and that I won't allow to happen, is for a mother and baby peacock to become separated. So, like, I wouldn't shoot, every time I shoo the mother and baby away, I'd always shoo them in the same direction, make sure they stayed together. Because that would make me sad it was not only sad but annoyed. Because as soon as a mother and a baby peacock get separated by more than like 5 feet, they start going like this, squawk! And the other one goes, squawk! And then goes, squawk! And they're like, could be 5 feet away and it takes them like an hour to find each other. Well, usually what I did before I got this air pistol, I'd go outside, there's this Swiffer thing outside, and I'd turn into Tiffany, and I'd just be like, "Oh, brother, chocolate's gone! I fucking hate you so much!" And they'd like jump up onto the wall, and I'd go back inside, and they'd come right back. Oh, you fucking peacocks. Oh. Or the time that I shooed them all the way into the neighbor's yard, and then they shoot them all the way back into my yard. That happened once. That's their way of saying, will you stop shooting all these peacocks into our yard? Becky T, that is something I have to do. Still. Okay. Becky T, you just lost so much respect in my eyes. Because you just said you love front load washers. Oh. Front load washers make no sense at all. The water drains via gravity down the bottom, right? If you have a top load washer, you don't have to leave the door open or else it'll stink like fucking garbage for the rest of its life. No, that's a good idea. I should film myself shoot. I can't. I remembered why I can't do this, Fly Guy. It's actually illegal to molest the peacocks. It's illegal even to shoo them away. So that's why I'm not going to film myself shooting them with my air pistol. I couldn't defend myself against that evidence. The point is, because it's illegal to molest them, I don't even have to hit them to break the law. Isn't that ridiculous? I don't even have to hit a peacock with my air pistol to break the law, because I'm still molesting them.
Yeah.
It's like whoever wrote these laws about peacocks, first of all, really doesn't get the connotation of the word molest. Second of all, has never had to live with peacocks. That also, by guy, would qualify as molestation of the peacocks. Molest means to bother them in any way.
Yeah, we're supposed to just let them run free range.
Yeah, it is illegal to bother them in any way. Let's say you're living in Arcadia and you're one of the many people in Arcadia who has decided to buy a brand new BMW for some reason. And you've got it parked in your driveway. And there are peacocks sitting on top of it, scratching your paint. It's illegal to shoo them away.
Yeah.
That's how insane California is about peacocks. You're not allowed to shoo them off of your brand new BMW that they're scratching with their fucking stupid ass talons. Oh, but peacocks are so beautiful and peaceful. No, they're neither beautiful nor peaceful. It doesn't matter how many pieces of cat food I put in front of Peter. If any other male peacock tried to eat one of them, I'm gonna peck the shit out of you. They're not peaceful at all. They're peaceful. The chicks are peaceful. The lady peacocks are peaceful. But the male peacocks, they all have their own little area, right? Each one has its own little area, or it's still an adolescent. Once you're a full-grown adult male peacock, this yard, this guy's backyard, his neighbor's front backyard, and his other neighbor's front backyard, and the front yards across the street. Those are all mine. That's about the full extent of a male peacock's territory. It's about 3 front and backyards and the across the street equivalent front yards. And we don't have huge lots around here. It's not like we're on an acre or something, you know. Well, historically, Democrats correlate pretty well with pro-big government. That's a fair enough statement. But to say that a lot of SJs are for big government, I think is an unfair statement. I don't think STJs are necessarily in favor of big government. My dad was mostly a libertarian. He was an ESTJ. Cameron doesn't seem to be in favor of big government. He's an ISTJ. I would guess maybe SFJs. Even then, you're talking ESFJs. ESFJs love big government, probably, but I don't know. SI is a skeptical knowledge function, right? And it's a subjective personal knowledge function. So, hard to say. I gotta smoke a cigarette somewhere that's not in the blazing fucking sun. So I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna pee. Oh, it's just Cameron. Okay. Hi, Cameron. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, my man.
I'm just about to go outside and pee, smoke a cigarette. What's going on? I tell you what impresses me now that it didn't really impress me before because I didn't realize how hard it was. There's this squirrel that kept taking the peaches off of our peach tree. Keep in mind, my dad did not eat the peaches. They would just fall to the ground and rot by and large, even though they were absolutely delicious peaches. Rachel and I would eat a couple of them, you know. But they were my dad's peaches. And that squirrel had no business stealing any of his peaches. So, from sitting on the deck out here, keeping in mind that my dad was like 80 years old, you know, had bad eyesight, he fucking shot that squirrel that was stealing his peaches from the deck with his air pistol. He hit it. It wasn't like bam, 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 bam. Finally he hit it. He was just like, fucking hit it. A squirrel. I can't even hit a peacock. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have shot the squirrel. I would have been like, Dad, who cares? You're not eating the peaches. Just... No, I didn't kill it. It's just a BB pistol. It just made it, like, freak out, you know? And we're running back over there to that tree. It would run along this wire, come grab a fucking peach, and carry it back. This little squirrel carry this whole peach back all along the wire to the tree over there. Alright, I mean, he was in two different kinds of... He was in two different kinds of military, you know? Look. The point is, I'm not shooting at any animals that don't deserve it, okay? But yes, my dad was the guy you wanted on call when shit hit the fan. That's for sure. Because he was no nonsense. He was as brutal as he needed to be. Oh, you need some brutality? Bring me my guns. You know? I need to hire a mature Asian lady to give me a foot massage. That's the thing about me and Rachel's neuropathy. It has absolutely nothing to do with circulation. So all the various advices that people give about neuropathy, etc., whatever, none of them are useful at all to me and Rachel, because our problem is we got neuropathy from a severe B vitamin deficiency caused by relentlessly doing whippets. So the good news is our neuropathy has zero correlation with things like limb amputation, right? Most people who have neuropathy is because they have diabetes, because they're obese, and then they get their limbs chopped off. Rachel was stressing the other day about maybe having to have her limb amputated or something. No, baby, you don't gotta worry about that. That's not our kind of neuropathy. We have the stupidest, but also the best kind of neuropathy. Show media, you make an extremely good and important point. When a problem comes along, you must whip it. But if you do that for too long, then you got a new problem. You must not whip it. Well, that's the Ottoman equivalent of the move Rachel pulled the other night. So Cameron's gonna stop by for a little while later, and we're gonna play BB guns. For the record, officially, we are not gonna be shooting at any peacocks, okay? For the record. Yeah, Rachel did that same thing. Tried to knock it out of the chair while picking something up. But when she did it, her whole chair fell over. When I did it, just the ottoman fell over. To E6, to E7. I see that as a TE thing, because really, the logic of picking this thing up requires one to move one's legs. Oh, picking things up like this is bad TE. Yeah. I'm full of yawns, and all my pieces are pawns. The cleaning lady did a horrible job. They did a pretty good job. Most of what they did is like clean surfaces that were all smudged with years of people putting their hands on them and stuff. They didn't do a great job. Like I said, like these two blinds are clean all the way to the top. These two blinds are only clean to the top of the door. I guess they didn't want to bring a ladder in here to get the last top bit. No, they were all ladies. I was absolutely shocked when it turned out that the cleaning ladies, the realtor hired, were 3 Mexican ladies. It's like, wait a second. Mexican cleaning ladies? Two of whom, if you try to talk to them, they point to the third one. Probably even if I tried to talk to them in Spanish, they would have just pointed to the third one. You are not allowed to talk to me. Only one of us 3 cleaning ladies has been designated to talk to people. Okay? I and this other lady, we have our earbuds in. do not try to talk to us. If you must talk to any of us, you will talk to that one. I said, okay, all right, I'm going to talk to that lady. Jeez, sorry. All I wanted to say was, when you leave, can you please leave the doors open? Because we don't have any keys to our own house. Everybody else seems to have keys to our house, but we don't have any keys. I did end up talking to the second one. She spoke perfectly good English. Because I just said to her, that's what I said to her. I'm like, when you guys leave, she pointed to the third lady, and I'm like, can you just leave the doors unlocked? And she took her earbud out and like, oh, yeah, no problem. She spoke perfectly good English. She sounded like she was born here, you know. She was just brown like a Mexican. That's all. You know what? I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, realtors. Fuck you, cleaning ladies. Fuck you, house selling process. I'm pulling this bong rip inside. I do not give a fuck. I'm not going out there where it's too sunny anymore. Just to pull a bong rip, for God's sakes. It's too hot out there for anything, let alone pulling bong rips. If I thought I could hit it, I'd shoot the sun with my air pistol. But I'm such a bad shooter of things, I even miss the sun. I'm so bad at shooting my air pistol that I can shoot at the ground and miss. I was about to yell at you. You better pull through. 78? That's at least 4 degrees too hot. Do you agree, Rachel, that 78 is at least 4 degrees too hot?
Yes. That's very hot.
Yeah. I mean, you could get away with saying it's 3 degrees too hot, but realistically, it's a full 4 degrees too hot. You want it 74 outside. You don't want it 75.
78.
For Christmas
Is that what
Day?
it's going to be today?
Yeah, 78.
And then we're supposed to get rain.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So we're supposed to get rain on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
If it's a statewide storm, you know what that means we're getting in Mariposa.
Snow.
At our house, yeah. Not probably in Mariposa town,
No.
because it's a little lower elevation. But we are above the snow line.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. This thing goes on the market on the 3rd, right? So the 3rd is, today is Monday. No, today is Sunday. Tomorrow is Monday. A week from Monday, the day after that, Tuesday, a week from 2 days from now, this house gets listed. if it sells right away, and if the people are like, we only want to have a 14-day escrow or something, we could be living in Mariposa by the end of January, even, in theory. See, how much better of a temperature is that? I'd rather it be 69, have to put on a jacket, maybe wear a hat, you know, and wear shoes, than have it be 78 and have to go around town naked all day. I should consider burying St. Joseph. I didn't even know I was in possession of St. Joseph's body. If I had known that, I would have already buried him, I'm sure. After all, he's a saint. He deserves a prompt burial. Oh, St. Joseph's body is mummified at the Vatican? No, it's not on timeout. It just turns out that the corner is the best place to set it down if you don't have a guitar stand. I know, everybody. I'm 51 years old. I've been playing the guitar for 30 years, okay? And I don't have a guitar stand. I also don't have one of those things you screw into the wall that you hang your guitar on. I don't even have a case for this guitar. I am a gearhead's most picture-perfect example of a gear retard. I'm sure there are lots of good reasons to have a stand. Like that's possibly one of them. Having your guitar not fall over is another one. I've broken this guitar here and here since I bought it many years ago for $120 at a yard sale. There are lots of good reasons to have a guitar stand, each of which serves as further evidence regarding what an idiot I am. Merry Hatch, Merry Christmas to you. I will spend the time right now wishing each and every one of you and all the people that you know as well not a bad or sad or miserable or awful, sad or terrible Christmas. Instead, I'll wish you something else. I'll say Merry Christmas to you all. Isn't that a lot better than telling you to fall in a pit full of spikes? Yikes, that would be a bad Christmas. So I'll say Merry Christmas to you all. Whether you are short or tall, even Jews, Muslims too, Christmas. But not you, Hindus. No. For you, I only wish happy holidays. You know what I gotta say? That was a better Christmas song than either Paul McCartney's or John Lennon's Christmas song.
Yeah. It was.
Because I don't really like either of those Christmas songs. And I'm a huge Beatles fan. It's okay. Boba Fett still got Happy Holidays. I don't think Boba Fett's Hindu, actually. I don't know, actually. I never asked him. But I'm guessing Boba Fett's not Hindu. But even if he is Hindu, I think he's probably okay with not getting a Merry Christmas, but instead getting a Happy Holidays. Yeah. I suspect the people who might be more offended would be the Jews and Muslims who got a Merry Christmas. They'd have a better case, really, to be offended by that song. Happy Han Kwanzaa. Jewish black people celebrate Han Kwanzaa.
Oh,
I did not know
I
that.
didn't know that either.
I guess Sammy Davis Jr. really must have loved Han Kwanzaa.
Hi, Mary Hatch. Happy Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and to you too.
I just love the fact that it makes me want to be both black and Jewish now, so that I could celebrate Han Kwanzaa.
That's a lot of
I'd spell it with a C and pronounce it with an H. That's the kind of rebel I am. Top load. Becky T, will you catch up with them now already?
Uh-oh.
She's talking about things that happened like minutes ago. You have to be contemporaneous with now. Talking about top loading dryers and washers now? That's like 10 minutes too late. Finally, the sun has gone behind the tree. Maybe that's why my dad planted those trees right there. You know,
Probably, yeah.
There's 4 weird straight
Yeah.
up pine trees right there.
Yeah,
Maybe that's why he planted them.
probably.
It's a Haquanaka thing you wouldn't understand on 2 different levels.
On 2 different levels?
Yes. That's because you're neither black nor Jewish, Rachel.
Oh.
And it's a Haquanaka thing.
Oh.
Go ahead, Rachel. I pulled a bar on this side this morning. I just raised all my little fingers and I just said, you know what? Fuck you realtors, fuck you cleaning ladies, fuck you painters, I'm pulling a bar.
Well, if he's going to.
That's a little something they call ownership.
Is Israel technology plus Africa equals Toto's reigns in Africa.
That's a pretty good song. I mean,
It is a good song.
if you meant that to be insulting, I
No,
think you
no,
did.
not at all insulting.
No, yeah, it's not, you know, you make Jewish and African technology together and you get Toto's classic hit. I mean, that's pretty good.
Right?
That's pretty good. On the other hand, if you mix Israel and Africa's problems together, you get a bunch of people with no fly swatters and people shooting missiles at them.
Oh no.
That's the main thing I know about Africa. As some enterprising ENTJ entrepreneur ought to open up a fly swatter factory to manufacture and sell fly swatters to Africans. Because in the status quo, based on what I see on TV anyway, flies land on African people all the time. And they don't seem to know what to do about it. So, naturally, I'm thinking, fly swatters.
Oh.
Welcome to Wakanda. These are our flies. They land right on our face. Unfortunately, we've not discovered fly swatter technology yet. We have all these magical suits and everything, but African flies are very persistent. You're dreaming of a Black Christmas? Good for you. Black Christmases matter. That's the title of this stream. BCM. Because what people don't seem to remember is that everywhere that there's not snow, outside is pitch black. So respect places like we live in, where instead of white stuff falling from the sky on Christmas Eve, it's just nondescript black stuff falling from the sky.
Oh.
Am I thinking of that video from Die Antwoord? I've never even heard of that person before.
Me either. Oh, Toast.
Toast was crying for food earlier. We didn't have any food, right? So I went to the store to get food. I came back, I put food where Toast food goes, and the Toast was already gone. And then Capito went and ate Toast food.
Oh, really?
So now I'm gonna have, and meanwhile, Capito didn't eat any of Capito's food. Even though she was inside and I had poured it for her, she wanted to go outside and eat Toast's food. So I'll get Toast some more food.
Becky T, where are you working? I used to have to work on the holidays when I was a hostess at a hotel.
But you know the old saying, there's no explaining cats or particle accelerators. It's like, no. I get what you're doing here. You're making particles go super fast so they collide into each other. My question is, why? You just spent like $200 billion to make two electrons crash into each other at an astonishingly high rate of speed. And you successfully did it. Look, it took you miles of underground tunnel and everything to do it. All these magnets, the wiring in this thing, you should just see it. I am impressed that you successfully did it. Again, I have to ask the question, why? What are you going to learn scientifically that justifies a $200 billion particle accelerator? Oh, we finally, maybe, found some evidence of a previously only theorized subatomic particle.
Poor Toast.
Oh, that peacock, get it.
I don't know who it is, though. I don't know if it's Peter.
No, that's not Peter. I can tell it's young and healthy. It was until I shot it with my fucking air pistol. Oh, it is Peter.
I knew it.
Peter.
That's Toast's food.
That's Toast's food. You're supposed to eat in the front. But you have leftover food up here on the patio.
Oh, poor Toast.
Shoot. You go out front. I'll give you some food out front. You eat out front. Go. Go on. Oh, yeah.
Show me, you asking me who has sharper vision, me or Eric? He is good at long distance sight.
Okay. Making sure it's on safety. Okay, so I shoot Peter at the front.
Okay.
And now I've got a brilliant plan. I'm gonna feed him up front. And guess who's gonna come around to try to eat some of his food? His horrible peacock friend.
Oh no.
And guess what I'm going to do to them? I'm gonna shoot them with my air pistol.
heard like you got one.
No. I cannot hit a fucking peacock to save my life. That peacock was no more than 5 feet away from me. Right there. I shot at it twice. And I missed both times. Managing to scare away, of course, both peacocks. Peter and his horrible little friend. But you know, Cameron's stopping by later
Cool.
with his BB guns.
Oh yeah?
Just for the record, officially, we are not going to be shooting any peacocks. But I bet, I don't know, like a cardboard box shaped pooping thing very well may find itself getting hit finally. When it comes to something like shooting a peacock with my air pistol, well, the best way for Eric to accomplish that is to ask Cameron to do it.
I'm scared that like the neighbors are gonna.
Yeah, I'd rather shoot him in the backyard. Much rather shoot him in the backyard.
Are they gonna like?
But at least I shot him from like inside the door.
Are they gonna like call on us like because of the situation that happened with your dad? Like.
Yeah, I also am worried about that. But anybody who knows anything about firearms knows that that's not the sound a firearm makes. So, even though it kind of makes a pop, pop sound, that's not a gunshot. And, you know. And the other thing is, I'm not trying to injure or kill the peacocks. I'm just trying to teach them a lesson that they richly deserve. Namely, that they suck. Too hot here now. The good news is, if you are a peacock and you see me approaching you with an air pistol, there's very, very little chance of you being hit by a BB. Since I obviously can't shoot for shit. It reminds me of that time I allegedly shot at some geese in Kansas. I didn't just shoot at geese. I shot at a lot of birds that day. Birds in trees, from 5 feet away. I couldn't hit a single fucking thing. I am terrible at shooting things.
Me too. I just don't want to deal with any cops today. I don't want to deal with any cops, period.
Yeah, well, if the cops come, I'll just explain to them. I bought myself an air pistol, and I felt like shooting it into the front lawn. You know? It's my Christmas present myself, and I felt like playing with it. I didn't shoot other people's houses or whatever. I shoot it in my own front fucking lawn, so go away. Just shooting BBs in my own front lawn is not a crime. Well, your neighbor said you were shooting at peacocks. I mean, there may have been peacocks on my front lawn, but I was shooting at the front lawn, obviously, because that's what I hit. And I'm a crack shot. As long as none of you cops watch my live stream, we should be fine.
I'm just like Effie Tool Craig.
No, you're right. I mean, you're right. By and large, I don't want to shoot peacocks in the front yard. I want them to be in the backyard so I can shoot them. I'm not shooting a real gun. That's the other thing to remember, everybody, okay? It's a BB gun.
I found this coin from Lou.
Let's see what it says. Should I shoot peacocks in the front lawn? It says yes, so. Says so right there. Should I shoot peacocks in the back lawn? No. This coin's got it backwards, I think.
Yeah.
I think I should shoot peacocks in the backyard, and I should not shoot them in the front yard. I think maybe Lou Faye, when she gave us this, she forgot to execute the final polarity reversal as necessary. So we just have to interpret everything this coin says opposite. That's possible.
Possible.
These things require a final spiritual polarity reversal. The point is, even though what I'm doing is in fact the sort of thing that might get the cops called on us, it's also the case that what I'm doing is perfectly legal as long as I'm not shooting at the peacocks. I'm just shooting my air pistol into the front lawn. Despite being a terrible shot, even I can hit my own front lawn. Right, so they might come over and they might be like, oh, hey, will you stop brandishing a weapon out in front of your house? I'll be like, yeah, okay, I won't shoot in the front anymore, jeez. Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought we were in America. This isn't even a real gun. In the America I know, I can go out in front of my house, pull out a loaded firearm and start shooting shit, you know?
Well, I guess your BB gun shooting has inspired others to be loud too, because now someone's working on their house.
You mean them?
Is it them?
I mean, almost always.
I can't
It might not be today, but it's almost always them. Well, looks like I finally did it. I started a bucket fire. I knew it was going to happen one of these days. Where's this bucket that I put my cigarette butts in?
want the water?
I'll go out there and deal with it in a second. And then the other day, I put a wet paper towel in there. And I thought, Eric, this paper towel's gonna dry. It's not gonna stay wet forever. One of these times, when you put a cigarette in this bucket, you're gonna start a bucket fire. And you know what I did instead of taking the paper towel out? I lifted up the bucket and I realized that there's an edge along the bottom that makes it such that the bottom of the bucket doesn't actually touch the ground. So I'm like, As a consequence, probably won't leave much of a burn mark on the patio. Rachel does not have larger feet than I do. Rachel also has tiny hands.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic because it makes my dick look big, If you've got a regular sized penis like me, what you want is a girl with small hands. And you're like, wow, look at me. Oh, whatever. I've decided that that's what I'm going to say about it. 18 inches. It's 18 inches regular sized. No. 18 inches requires you to go to a special shoe store. The average sized American penis is 26 inches long. Wow. That really makes me feel bad about myself. I mean, how long are my legs even? Oh. It's just a side effect of COVID, I see. Yeah. If one of the side effects of COVID is making your penis bigger, there would never have been any hint of a lockdown. Right? No, if one of the side effects of COVID was making your penis bigger, none of that nonsense would ever have happened. Every man on the planet would have been like, please, get me in contact with somebody who has COVID. I need this disease right now. Mass spreader events would be celebrated. Uh-oh. But the vaccine removes all the positive effects of it? Well, nobody would get the vaccine. Only girls would get the vaccine. Right. If the vaccine, one of the side effects of it was to shrink your penis, 0 men would get the vaccine. If you want to know where your priorities really are in the world, just add those things to your scenario and see if you really want to do it, right? Like, do we really want to lock down the whole world? Okay, well, pretend COVID were exactly as it is. You can just unplug mine if you want, Rachel.
Okay.
Pretend COVID were exactly what as it is, except it also added an inch to your penis. Would we still want to lock down the world? All the men would be like, fuck no! You give me the worst cold in history, I don't care. Oh no, I got a bad cold. I'll put up with that for an extra inch. No problem. 0.4% of the people are gonna die. Who gives a fuck? Make my dick bigger. That's exactly how it would have gone. If everything were exactly the same as it was, except getting COVID made your dick an inch bigger. That's exactly how it would have gone. Now you'll note, if it were a real problem like airborne Ebola or something, then even if it makes my dick an inch bigger, I don't want it, you know. That's how we should evaluate things like that. Okay, if we're so sure this is the right thing to do, now we just need to imagine that if we don't do it, we get an inch more dick. If we still want to do it, then okay. I'm assuming no women are involved in the decision-making process, of course. I mean, they might also vote the same way, you know, for different reasons, I guess, for their own reasons. But that should be required. That should be required in law, that if you're going to do something, you have to evaluate the question, if we don't do it, our dicks get an inch bigger. Now, do we still want to do it? If you still want to do it, after that, okay. Okay, well, look, Mr. Bobby, if any woman is in pain during intercourse, then the man is not paying very much attention to her at all. Right? Any decent man is going to say, okay, you're not into this, so let's stop. I mean, it seems to me like any decent man would be like, you're not into this, so all of a sudden I'm not into this either, and now we can't have sex because my penis is all soft, you know. Which MBTI type has the best pull-out game? Good question. Mine's pretty on point. You know, there was one time in all of Rachel and my relationship where I think a full squirt got out of me before I got out of her, you know. There was that one time we were worried about her being pregnant. And we actually had the discussion of if she were pregnant, whether she would get an abortion or not. Of course, I said, well, it's her choice ultimately, but we were both in agreement that See you later, possible baby. And I was like, but Eric, I thought you were all pro-life. You people never listen to me at all. I merely tell you who has the best arguments. Would I have named the child Squirt? Name it Oops. I'm pro-life or pro-choice for people. Squirt, oops, stress. The point is, regarding abortion, you have whatever position you have on it is fine, right? Just don't make stupid arguments. That's all I care about, right? I don't really care one way or the other. I just hate to see people be so attached to their position that they'll make ridiculously bad arguments in favor of it, even though in the process they're hurting their own cause. It happens on both sides. You know, pro-choice people make ridiculously bad arguments and commit horrible hypocrisy, and so do pro-life people. Like, pro-choice people are all like, my body, my choice. And that's why I'm in favor of forcing everybody to get vaccines. You know, shit like that. Could you get any more deeply offensive than that? I don't think so. That's as deeply offensive as it can possibly get. My body, my choice. Your body, also my choice. Oh. That kind of shit is enough to drive me fucking bonkers, right? My body, my choice. Now let's force you to get vaccines. Oh. There's only one word that suits for such a situation. It starts with a C and it ends with an unt. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. You know what's crazy, Mr. Bobby? Studies have shown that by far the most effective contraception of all, it's 100%, unless you fuck it up, is pulling out. All that stuff they taught me in high school about pre-cum ooze getting people pregnant is bullshit. If you pull out and you don't squirt any of your goo into her, 0 chance of her getting pregnant. Isn't that crazy? That's the best kind of contraception. It's been available to us for all time. We've always had that kind of contraception available. You know what else never gets a girl pregnant? Coming in her mouth. What a fantastic form of contraception. You mean that's being responsible? Oh, your pre comes very strong though. Okay, well. You get your tongue pregnant. Oh. Well, the good thing about tongue babies is she'll just accidentally eat them when eating food. I don't have to worry about it. I actually never do that. I never ejaculate on Rachel's face or in her mouth. Because even though it sounds like a fantastic idea, as soon as you're done, it just becomes super gross. It's like nothing in the world goes from brilliant idea to ew so quickly as coming on a girl's face. It's like horny Eric and regular Eric have starkly different opinions about what should happen to my ejaculate. Fortunately, regular Eric has enough sense to know that just shoot it on her tits, dude. Just shoot it on her tits, because otherwise you're going to be gagging as soon as you're done. Body soap sort of smells like semen. Mr. Bobby, I will tell you in no uncertain terms, you are buying the wrong brand of body soap. Okay? The wrong brand. You know what kind of smelled faintly like semen? COVID. I've said before, it smelled like old Band-Aids. It also kind of smelled like cum. It's like the most grossest smell ever. It's like a mixture of old Band-Aids and cum. Like, make me as sick as you want, COVID. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. I'll get over it. But this horrible smell has got to go. God, where are they? Like every day, I have to come around here and chase these peacocks away from this backyard. Now when I want them here, where are they? Nowhere to be seen. How did they know? How did they learn that I was going to shoot them? They're such idiots, these birds. I mean, I've put food down like next to Peter before, poured it here, then started walking over that way, and he's like, Squawk, I lost my food. Squawk, I can't find it. It's like right behind you, idiot. That's how dumb these birds are. How in the world could they all have learned not to come back here because I'm going to shoot them? Don't they know that they're preventing my Christmas miracle? Come on, peacocks. You're normally so tough. You're normally like, here we are again, we don't care what you do, blah, blah, blah. Well, where are you now? Horrible bird. Everything about a peacock just screams target, you know? This big ass bird walking along the ground like nobody's business. Protected by law from even being shooed away. Never has there been a creature more deserving of a beating. Here,
Thank you.
I'm taking 2 lighters with me outside because you just never know when you're gonna want to light your cigarette with 2 different lighters.
Yeah, sure.
They're pretty. Like when a male peacock's got its feathers all out of stuff, it is a very attractive bird.
Mm-hmm. They are beautiful.
They're great to drive by, stop, look at it, take a picture of it maybe. They're great for that, you know?
Yeah.
As housemates, they're terrible. Oh yeah, they do. ISFJs do have a remarkable sense of smell.
Mm.
I remember when I was living in Laverne, there was a dead something, like a mouse or something, that I guess one of the cats had put like in the behind this dresser thing, you know. And I didn't smell a goddamn thing. But Kimberly, as soon as she walked in the room, was like, there's something dead in here. I'm like, okay, I don't smell anything dead in here. It smells like normal to me. She freaking found it. Look at her nose.
Wow.
show you. You know, skills that are useful in life. Being able to precisely locate dead things with your nose. It's not a terrible skill to have. I mean, I guess I'd rather have it than not have it if there were no other factors involved at all.
Yeah.
You know, but I wouldn't want to trade anything for that skill, right? There's a trade-off as well. You gotta give up some introverted intuition in order to be able to smell things that well, I guess. I found us. Now all the shadows belong to me. You mean like that? Or do you mean like, you know what I have to say? A plate full of handkerchiefs. You start! Rachel is not cooking meth.
What?
I said Rachel is not cooking meth. She's just pulling bar reps.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even feel very confident, to be perfectly honest, about doing meth that Rachel had cooked. Because cooking meth, from what I understand, I've never done it myself, is a rather TE intensive process. So I'm not really sure it's exactly Rachel's ball game, you know what I'm saying?
Chemistry.
Chemistry and Rachel don't go well together. Chemistry and Eric don't go well together either. I dropped out of chemistry after getting a D in the first semester because I hated it so much. Oh, I hated chemistry.
Lung's clogged.
That's because you used the poker on the wrong part.
Oh.
Hand me the poker.
I was using this as a poker.
I know. But you were trying to clear this part, right?
Yeah.
The part that's clogged is this part.
Oh.
Now it should hit okay. Let me make sure this isn't clogged too. That's a little clogged. But I bet you with a lot of meow, unclog it.
I got it.
I'm gonna unclog it so unclogged that it's just like, wow. Was this thing ever even clogged? There. There. Now this bog is so unclogged.
Thank you.
You're just gonna be like, oh, you already have it like You're just gonna be like, oh my god. I've never had a bog so unclogged before. You know, I'm glad I ate that little bit of mushroom this morning. It didn't really make me trip at all, but I think it did make me more cheerful. A little bit. Yeah. Nicotine has one primary benefit. It prevents nick fits.
Thanks, Becky T. I appreciate that.
Your eyes are working, Becky T. She is really cute. Rachel. Rachel's so cute, in fact. And when we went to the restaurant in Portland, she got carded
Yeah, I did.
to go into the restaurant.
Yeah.
Because it was like,
Restaurant.
they were having a show, so it was 21 and over, you know? I'm like, hi! Why aren't your card back?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I guess I like all. She got carded. She's 37 years old. And she got carded. How crazy is that? Like, people who see us together usually are going to be like father-daughter, you know?
Can't blame them. I don't know.
You can't blame him because I look old for my age and she looks young for her age. She's 37, I'm 51. It's not that big of a difference, really. You know, it's like that's a reasonable. It's a reasonable younger woman for me to be with, rather than say if she was like 27, in which case it would just be like you're one of those guys, you know. But because I look older than my age, and she looks younger than her age, I think most people either think she's my daughter or that I'm one of those guys. Yeah. But I don't really feel like we get much like eye rolls or anything.
Mm-mm.
And once you start a conversation with people, Rachel doesn't talk like she's 27. You know, it's pretty obvious she's, I guess you'd call yourself middle-aged.
Yeah.
Winston's mom, not only are e-cigarettes not as satisfying as cigarettes, but my NI tells me the following. Vaping's actually worse for you than real cigarettes. That's just my NI talking, but I trust it on this one. I don't think vaping's good for you at all.
It's unfortunate because like that vape that we had that we got from Florida when I won the
Well, that vape.
yeah.
But that's not tobacco anyway.
No.
I'm saying vaping tobacco is worse than smoking
Yes.
cigarettes. The scientific community may not agree with me, but that's because they've done so much less studies trying to prove that vaping's bad. They're catching up now. Science has done so much work trying to prove that cigarettes are bad that unavoidably they managed to prove that cigarettes are bad. But dear God, the amount of work they had to put into proving they're bad for you is astonishing. You would think, just intuitively, that cigarettes are a lot worse for you than they are. After all, you're like inhaling smoke into your lungs, right? You'd think they're bad for you. But the reality is, almost nobody has actual consequences from them. If you're overweight, they'll exacerbate your heart disease. If you're a really heavy smoker, you might eventually get emphysema, which is the most significant problem you can really get from cigarettes. And if you're very unlucky, you might get lung cancer. But almost no smokers ever get lung cancer. Not that you know that from the fucking public service ads. Yes, you're more likely to get lung cancer than a non-smoker, but it's still very, very unlikely. It's like 0.3% of lifetime smokers get lung cancer. 0.3%. It's like 1 out of 300 and something.
That's less than the alcohol in kombucha.
That's true. But you would never know from the public service announcements. Here's another one that I think is fun. There are these COVID ads that say being a smoker makes you be a high risk for COVID. They were saying that at the very beginning of COVID, before they had any data at all to base that conclusion on. And I've been saying it ever since. No, like I said, emphysema, COPD, whatever you want to call it. Emphysema and COPD are the same thing. And yes, that is something cigarettes can cause. And yes, that is terrible. Okay? But the claim that being a smoker makes you a high-risk population for COVID was made based on absolutely nothing. On zero data at all. They were saying that right out the gate before they even had any cases to test to evaluate it on. It's crazy. It's like the world powers that be, public health powers that be, hate smoking so much out of proportion to its actual harms. I'm not saying smoking's healthy. I'm not saying smoking doesn't come with some health costs and shit. But the amount of energy the world puts into hating on smoking is so disproportionate to the harms. Yeah, well, they love smokers because they're a minority that they can tax under the guise of moral righteousness. The hypocrisy is just fucking appalling, you know? Those evil tobacco companies, they're targeting black communities with ads for menthol cigarettes. We have to ban menthols. You're welcome, black people. Like, have you people no shame at all? Have you, at long last, have you no shame at all? Unless that committee to ban menthol cigarettes with their ads about the poor black community being targeted comprised nothing but black people who smoke menthols then you fucks deserve to go straight to hell.
Ludaface says, "Oh, I bought a pack of menthols a couple of days ago. I rarely buy pre-filled smokes, but when I do, they are menthols."
That means you're black, Lou. You just decided to be black. As a black person, Lou, you were targeted and victimized by big tobacco into smoking menthols. Because, obviously, people like you can't make your own decisions. I know what we should do. What we need to do is we need to get together the helpless black people who need our help to quit smoking menthols. We'll get them together with the drunk homeless Indians. Who need a monopoly on sports gambling. That's what we'll do. You know what would be even better than banning menthol cigarettes? Let's make it so that only black people can sell menthol cigarettes. We'll give them a state-sponsored monopoly on menthols. Then the Indians could take them to court and say, hey, we want the state enforced monopoly on menthols. You black people aren't a sovereign nation. Hate to break it to you, Indians. You aren't sovereign nations either, you fucks. You're just greedy ass corporations exploiting stupid Californian stupidity to empower your state enforced monopolies on gambling. Ew. What's that to say to you? Ew. Your fucking billboards, TV commercials, showing like old-fashioned Indian lady with a squaw, oh, like homeless. Oh, I lost my teepee. That's why I need a monopoly on sportsbook. Just fuck you so hard. You and I have got to go one of these times to one of those ridiculous performances at the Indian casino. Where they dress up in their feathers and shit and go, where all these white people sitting in a bar feeding quarters into video poker machines. Oh my God. Could there be anything more absurd?
That's absurd.
It is so absurd. And all the Indians doing their dance are white people. White people are Mexicans, you know. When they make their commercials about their Indian tribes, they only have like 5 Indians that actually look like Indians anymore. So they get those 5 Indians and they're like, see, we're drunk, we're homeless, we lost our teepee. The rest of them look just like white people. Except their last name's like Laughing Wolf. Yeah, I'm John Laughing Wolf. I'm laughing because, like a wolf, I'm rapaciously raking in your wealth. On the grounds that I am an Indian. Fantastic. You know, if you want to claim being a Native American, when you walk out of that casino, you better get on a fucking horse. If you're walking out of that casino and hopping into that brand new $80,000 GMC truck, right? That's fair. It's not poetic irony. The reason it's not poetic irony, Mr. Bobby, is because I'll let you in on a little secret. Those so-called Indians are just regular people like you and me. They're just regular old Americans who get completely irrational special treatment because they've got a dumb last name. That's the truth of it. Mm-hmm. Makes me wish my last name were Squatting Fuck, you know? Eric Squatting Fuck. I'd take the last name. Hey, I'm Squatting Fuck. Not the greatest last name in the world, but look at me. I got my own casino. I'm raking in the cash. I'm fine being Squatting Fuck. They're not even behind closed doors, dude. Outside of closed doors. You cannot tell them apart from regular people because guess what? Groupism is idiocy at its highest level. There is no difference between Indians and white people, black people and white people, Jews and regular people. There is no difference at all. They're all just regular people. And every time you do any groupist shit, it's always insane and stupid. It's that simple, right? The people can't seem to understand that is what's mind-boggling, right? You cannot do any groupist shit at all and expect a good outcome. Because no matter how convinced you are that that group is somehow disenfranchised or whatever it is you do, you're never going to stop them from individually making their own individual choices, as individuals unavoidably do. So, you know, that's why I'm trans everything. I get all the privileges. Every single one. I get privilege for being a woman. I get privilege for being an Indian. Privilege for being a black. Privilege for being a white. Privilege for being an Asian. Privilege for being young. Privilege for being old. privilege for being handicapped, privilege for not being handicapped. You get all of the privileges and none of the bad parts. That's called the wonderful life of Eric. I refuse to accept any of your bullshit, but I will require all of your privileges. Sorry, if you're gonna play identity bullshit with me, I get all of the privileges and none of the bullshit. Yes, I'm gay. I'm the gayest gay in the world. For everything that gets me a privilege for. Then, when the straight people get a privilege, I'm straight. Whenever black people get a privilege, I'm black. Whenever white people get a privilege, I'm white. Whenever brown people get a privilege, I'm brown. Whenever young people get a privilege, I'm young. Whenever old people get a privilege, I'm old. If you're gonna do stupid ass shit, I'm gonna take advantage of it all. It's all for me. And if you don't want me being that privileged, then you can stop enjoying your privilege of being stupid. Yes, it is your privilege to be as stupid as you want. But if you're gonna be stupid around me, I'm just gonna rake in all the privilege. But that's my privilege too, Sean Ryan Barron. If C.S. Joseph gets a privilege, I am C.S. Joseph just enough to get that privilege, and then I'm no longer C.S. Joseph. All privileges are mine. I'm never too short for this ride. I'm also never too tall for this ride. I'm also never too young or old for this ride. Right. It is my privilege if I choose to compete in the Special Olympics because I am retarded if I say I am. And that's what I want to do. I want to be like those trans men who compete against women. Except I want to do it with the Special Olympics. I'll be like, oh really? I'm not retarded? Well, you failed to win the argument that I'm not retarded. I've been sitting here arguing with you for quite some time about it. I've given you many good examples of why I am retarded. You failed to rebut any of them. I've flowed the whole conversation. I win this round. I am clearly retarded. Now let me compete. Because I am very confident in my ability to whip all of these retards' asses at all of these events. I'm not even good at sports. But I bet I can beat that Down syndrome kid in a race. No. I've never peed my pants because I was too lazy to get up and pee that I remember, okay? Probably that happened when I was like a baby, I would guess. I imagine potty training me was a bit of an ordeal because, but I'm in the middle of playing right now. I'll just shit my pants, that's fine. I'm still like that, but instead of peeing and pooping in my pants, I just hold it forever, But I'm playing right now. But I have to pee so badly. What am I going to do? I'm not even good at sports, but I bet I could beat that Down syndrome kid at a race is a good sentence. That's a good sentence. I like that one. That sentences go. Have some more of my non-alcoholic kombucha here. You know what I like best about this non-alcoholic kombucha?
What?
The fact that it has alcohol in it. It's really good though. Regardless of the alcohol, it's so delicious.
What are you gonna do though?
Drink a lot of this stuff? I don't know.
Well, like you were saying, alcohol's in orange juice, so.
I have my strategies for not drinking, right? Which include some rather convoluted rules. I am within my rules right now, so it's fine. I have to consciously choose to drink something alcoholic because it's alcoholic. I didn't even realize, I didn't finish reading this thing even until after I got to the car. But this is not even alcoholic.
No, it's not.
I mean, you might say it's got a little alcohol in it, but I will drink this whole drink over the course of this morning. And I guarantee you, I will not experience any kind of alcohol buzz. It's got that little, yeah. My resume is pretty crazy. I'm a girl Eagle Scout and a boy Eagle Scout. I've won medals in the Special Olympics, the Paralympics, and the regular Olympics. I've won Nobel Prizes in areas of study for which they don't even award Nobel Prizes, such as phrenology. Do you know that I received a Nobel Prize in phrenology? It's true. I received a MacArthur Genius Grant, even though, after a thorough evaluation, the whole panel concluded I was not a genius. So, that's when I determined what my real superpower is. I am the master of privilege. I just explained to them, look, I am privileged. I deserve a Nobel Prize in something. So if you don't think I qualify in any of the regular categories, then chop chop. Come up with something. Okay? They ended up giving me a Nobel Prize in phrenology. I don't even know the first thing about phrenology. I promised them I'd solve cold fusion within 2 years. But even at the time, I knew I was lying. I knew I wasn't even going to attempt to solve the problem of cold fusion, ever. But the Nobel Prize Committee is notoriously gullible. They're just like the most gullible group of guys ever. You'd be surprised how gullible they are. Show media, you and I have the same problem. We have exactly the same problem. You're a kid, you're playing, you're outside, you have to poop. You don't want to poop. You just hold it until it goes back up inside, right? Until it goes back up inside your body. And then before you know it, you're super constipated. Show media, you and I had the same childhood. Because if you ask anybody at any time, what sounds more fun? Keep playing or stop, go inside and poop? The answer is always keep playing sounds more fun.
I used to subscribe to that, but then I was like, so uncomfortable. I just was like,
Well, yeah.
I didn't want accidents to happen, so.
Well, nowadays as an adult, when I still do that occasionally, which I do, like I'll be in the middle of a live stream, I feel a poop coming on, and I'll just be like, keep talking before I know it, I don't have to poop anymore. When I do it now, I'm mad at myself. And I try not to do that now. I'm at least conscious of it more, you know. When I was a little kid, it was just like,
Yeah.
oh good, I no longer feel like I have to poop urgently. I had no thought of the horrible tomorrow I was buying myself with that, you know.
Yeah, I used to hold my pee, and then something funny would happen, and I would pee myself. Yeah.
That's a good reason to pee more often.
Yeah, it really is.
I was so notorious for being constipated as a child that when I had appendicitis, my grandmother, who was a pharmacist, was absolutely convinced I was just constipated and gave me a bunch of laxatives and stuff. Needless to say, shitting like crazy did not cure my appendicitis. Enemas aren't so bad. It just feels like you're holding a bunch of water in your butt. Like, oh, I better go sit down on the toilet. And wow. Oh no, I could squirt so much water up my butt. That's enough water up my butt to feed an entire African nation.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, come on now, Mr. Bobby. Think about the poops that come out of your butt. Surely you too have had one of those pointy logs.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, one of the logs that has like stiff pointy parts on the edge is coming out your butt. You're like, ow, 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 ow. Ah, this is a really stiff and pointy poop. Sticking a plastic bit of an enema thing up your butt is nothing compared to one of those poops. The thing to remember, Mr. Bobby, is it doesn't matter how gay it is, you are well served to try to somehow massage your prostate, okay? Yeah, either you or someone else is going to just stick something up your ass to do it. There's just no way around it. But believe me, it makes a big difference. Every once in a while in the bathtub, I'll get up in there and push on my prostate as best I can. My middle finger is really just not quite long enough. My prostate's kind of up there a bit, you know?
You said a drumstick.
Yeah, a drumstick would be ideal. And I push on it a bunch. Like push, 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 push. And then after I do that, then I don't have to pee as often for a while. It's like I go from having to get up 4 times in a night to pee to getting up just once, you know?
Yeah.
All it required was for me to just push, push, push on my prostate.
That's good.
So it's important to do that occasionally. That's why in my medical practice, I often prescribe my male patients as they get older a good stiff ass fucking. It's the best thing for you, I tell them. I even write it on a prescription pad and everything. Ugh, Michelle, that's horrible. Veterinary bills are horrible in general. Veterinarians do business like human doctors should do business. People have to make a choice regarding their pets. Do I really want to cure this problem that badly or not? Well, that's never going to happen to Rachel because I'm not of the mindset that sex should go on forever. You know?
Oh my gosh, it's so great.
And it's like, okay. It's been like 15 or 20 minutes now already. I'm either gonna come or we just call it quits for now. You know, what is this supposed to occupy our whole day or something?
What?
Sex. You know? They're like, oh, let's have sex for hours. Why? It really doesn't need to take that long. And frankly, it doesn't require any extra tools or costumes or anything either, you know? 2 people having sex, they're already equipped with everything they need. They don't need sticks and stones and lingerie and whips and chains and a bunch of other shit, right? They've got everything they need already attached to their bodies. And unlike most important things, I never lose my penis.
Can I share the guava juice with you?
Oh yeah, sure, here.
It's so good. It's
You
my
know what?
favorite kombucha.
You've given up on yours?
Yeah.
You've given up on your trilogy?
I love that one. Don't get me wrong. But if I had to choose between guava or trilogy, I would choose guava.
Oh yeah, this is way better.
Yeah.
Help yourself. Drink up. I got a little bit of coffee left. This is your coffee in which case.
No, mine's done.
I'm going to have a fresh smoke cigarette this time.
Okay.
I'm mixing it up.
Ooh, mixing it up. That is good kombucha. Nice, Michelle Way. Yeah, the trilogy kombucha is good. I think that some of the ingredients are lemon and raspberry in the trilogy one, and that's why I like it so much. But the guava one is really good.
Well, that peacock's really got the message, I'll tell you. Peter. So what happened there before was I fed Peter. And then, of course, his friend comes over and she's trying to eat some of it too. So I fire off 2 shots at the friend. Missing her both times, of course. But both the peacocks are trying to explain to Peter, hey, I'm not shooting at you, Peter. I'm just shooting at your friend. But they were both very scared by this, so they ran away. And now Peter's across the street, underneath that purple flower tree, you know, where he sits. The cat food I put out for him is still there on the front. And there is not another peacock anywhere in sight on the whole block.
Wow.
They just don't want to give me the satisfaction of shooting one of them, obviously. Flirting is a woman's trade. One must keep in practice. Rachel knows how to flirt with me. Demonstrate, Rachel.
Oh, Eric, you're so funny.
That's how you flirt with Eric. I am?
You are.
I'm yours. Physics is like sex. It may give some practical results, but that's not why we do it. Now that guy was like an A+ grade A ENTP, Richard Feynman. But here's the thing, Richard Feynman. That's all well and good. But sex, unlike your particle accelerator, doesn't cost $200 billion. See what I'm saying? Even if you're a guy who wants to engage the most high-class prostitute in the world, sex is not going to cost you $200 billion. So, sorry science, your particle accelerators are stupid wastes of money. But we proved the boson particle exists. Who fucking cares? I mean, seriously. And did you really prove it exists? Well, we proved that it might exist in superposition if we only could figure out how not to observe it. You tards wasting money on that stupid ass shit. Wouldn't lie. A man might forget where he parks or where he lives even, but he never forgets oral sex no matter how bad it is. That has to be Barbara Bush's single greatest statement ever that she ever made. The thing is, Bill Clinton never said he didn't get a blowjob from her. He just said he didn't have sex with that woman. Technically.
Sexual relations.
Oh, did he say that? Mm-hmm. He shouldn't have said that. He should have said sexual intercourse. Then he would be correct, technically. I couldn't possibly have sex with someone with such a slender grasp on grammar. I can't imagine the context in which Russell Brand said that, but I mean, Russell Brand is in no position to comment on other people's intelligence. Russell Brand, you better chickity check yourself before you riggedy wreck yourself, because you are not a smart person and you've mistaken your FI tool for TI tool or something. So just get right on out of my way.
Becky T, I know, right? Yeah, Barbara Bush said that.
It was Barbara Bush's proudest moment. A man can sleep around, no questions asked, but if a woman makes 19 or 20 mistakes, she's a tramp. That was funny when Joan Rivers said it.
Yeah.
It's not very timely for now, I don't think, but.
No, it's funny. I think she's funny.
But it was funny, definitely funny when she said it, you know. And I normally don't like Joan Rivers, but you got to give her props for that one. You know who I really don't like though? Is Joan Rivers' daughter.
Yeah.
Ew.
I know. Joan Rivers, I think it's cool. Like,
Stop trying to cram your daughter into shit who's not talented at all.
yeah,
Right? That's fair.
that is fair. Did you watch some of their show?
I mean, enough to know that her daughter is fucking
That's
horrible.
exactly how you know. That's totally how you know. My mom used to watch the show.
Bill Clinton may be a scumbag. I'm not going to dispute that. He cheated on his wife, after all. But he was a great president. Under Clinton, the United States had a surplus. He completed NAFTA. He kept us out of any foreign entanglements. He even went to North Korea and rescued that lady after he was done being president, in a story that just brought tears to my eyes. Bill Clinton was a spectacular president, despite being a scumbag. The thing is, I'm okay if you're a scumbag as a president. If you're a scumbag entirely in your private life, doesn't matter. Whereas Trump's kind of scumbaggery extended to everything he did in office. Like, he couldn't even report on how many people attended a rally without lying. Jesus Christ. No, nobody's okay with it.
No, I'm not okay.
Nobody's okay with Bill Clinton cheating on his wife.
No.
But everybody who's smart recognizes that he did a good job of compartmentalizing his scumbaggery away from his job as president, unlike Trump. Should Bill Clinton have gotten a blowjob in the Oval Office from a fucking intern? Of course not. He's a complete scumbag. Right? But he didn't tweet lies to the entire American people. He didn't purposely represent only half of the country, even though his job is explicitly to represent us all. So, I mean, you know, huge difference, right? Trump's a scumbag who ran a scumbag presidency. Clinton's a scumbag who ran a great presidency. Huge difference. Oh, did you think Trump didn't cheat?
Oh my gosh, he's cheated like.
Are you under the impression that Trump's not a cheater? Oh my God.
No. That
How
can't be true.
oblivious could you possibly be? I mean, remember that lady?
Yeah, Stormy something.
Who had one of the greatest quotes of all time? Like 2 golf balls and a sock. I'm not saying the tweet's worse than cheating for a person. I'm saying the tweet's worse than cheating in your job capacity as president. Obviously. I mean, I don't care if the guy whose private property it is that I want to go hunting on charges me money for his own pocket. I do care if the fish and game guy expects me to give him a bribe. Same thing. I'm giving money in order to shoot something. Huge difference, right? One person is exercising their ownership rights. The other person is a corrupt fuck. You get the difference?
Yeah, Becky T. I mean, Trump cheated on his wife Melania. Like, probably still does.
In terms of outcomes, in terms of policy outcomes, Trump's presidency didn't produce a bunch of terrible outcomes, okay? That's true. Trump was a better president than Hillary Clinton would have been. That's true. Trump was a better president than Joe Biden is. That's true. And if your bar is 1 inch above the ground, then you like Trump. If you expect anything other than the very bottom of the barrel, then you, like all sane people, think Trump is a fucking worthless scumbag. I mean, if you set the bar low enough, anybody's a good president. Trump was so corrupt, so fucking horribly corrupt, that he wanted his administration, like his cabinet members, to sign personal loyalty oaths to him. Even though he's the president of the United States, if that doesn't make you want to throw up, then you have no business ever thinking about politics, voting for anything, or having any opinion about anything. Ever. Again, for the rest of your life. That is not remotely acceptable for the president to do. To prioritize loyalty to him over loyalty and service to the country when he's been elected as the leader of the country? I mean, take that man out in the street and hang him from the highest tree for treason. That is the clearest indication of treason anybody could possibly ever see. And if you're okay with that, well, that's fine. You welcome your opinions. Just please don't ever vote. No, he did not collude with Russia. That's true. There's a lot of things he didn't do. He didn't commit genocide. He didn't blow up the North Pole. There's shit tons of horrible things he didn't do, Michelle.
He didn't build a wall, right?
He never did manage to build his wall. And the hilarious thing is that was probably his best idea. Because the problem people have is they don't want to take a stance, really, one way or the other, on borders, right? If there's one place where a nation state is arbitrarily entitled to enforce at their will, it's borders, right? And whether you think we should let more Mexicans in or let fewer Mexicans in, there's not a single American who should not agree with the fact that we should have complete border control. Right? Once we have complete border control, if you want to say, well, let's let a bunch of Mexicans in, fine. If you want to say, let's let no Mexicans, fine. But if we don't have control over the border, it doesn't matter what you say, does it? So that, of all of the crazy shit Trump said, that was what people had so much problems with. That made the most sense of all of his ideas. If you want to control the Mexican border, build a big fucking wall. Obviously. If you don't want to control the border at all, then get out of politics. This is a nation state matter. Borders define nation states. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Just shut the fuck up, Who cares, Becky T? Again, you're talking about them being corrupt in their personal life and failing to compartmentalize the fact that people can be shitty people and do good jobs at things, right? The problem with Trump is that he's a shitty person who was an incredibly shitty person to be president too, right? He had no concept of the dignity of the office or the responsibilities therefrom. He was TI polar, so he couldn't calculate any of the things he was swearing. He didn't even think when he swore to uphold the Constitution that meant anything. That's how T.I. Polar that fucking moron is. It's sure, you might say, all presidents swear to uphold the Constitution, and almost none of them do. Trump, he swore to uphold it, and then began shitting on it before he was even done swearing. Just shitting on it every which way possible. There was no check or balance that constrained Trump's power that he thought was a good idea. Every single possible constraint of his power, he opposed.
I don't even think he knows what checks and balances is.
Right, I bet you if you asked him, he wouldn't even know what checks and balances are, right? But that shows you what a complete, totally incompetent failure of a human being he is as a president, right? Every single constitutional constraint of his authority, he opposed. That's called not knowing the job you just got hired for.
Yeah.
And Becky T, this is the kind of stupidity that makes me so fucking angry. Yes, Trump was a better president than Hillary would have been. He was also a better president than my old student Joey, who was hung like a horse and walked around the school masturbating while drooling all day.
Oh my God.
What's your fucking point? What's your point? I mean, again, please set the bar a little higher than Hillary Clinton. I mean, how dumb can you be? Look, I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that Joey and Hillary Clinton would have been equivalently good presidents. I don't think there's anything hyperbolic about that. I think Joey with a good VP would probably outperform Hillary. At the very least, he'd have the right response when foreign leaders demand things of us. Well, oh, Joey. I mean, there's not much to tell about Joey. I told his entire life to you right now. He was hung like a horse, he drooled, and he walked around school masturbating all the time. Not much more to tell. He was the student that I'd assigned my assistant to be in charge of. I don't want you to accept my view, Becky. You don't need to accept it or not. I am informing you that my view is correct and that those views that contradict it are wrong. You can refuse to accept that if you'd like. That's part of your general wrongness protocol, not unexpected. Remember, I don't have very many skills. I cannot shoot a peacock with an air pistol from 5 feet away. I only have one real skill, and that's being correct. And what I'm telling you now is right on the fucking nose. And if you're disagreeing with me, it's because you're wrong. I can't even cut one piece of 3x2 pieces of plastic, even after purchasing the correct tool, with 3 tries. I can't even succeed once. That's how much I have to give up to be correct, okay? So you can take it to the bank when I tell you I'm correct about something like this. and you're disagreeing, then your problem is wrongness. For just a second, there was a peacock on my back wall. And he looked at me and he jumped into the neighbor's yard. I'm in favor of repatriating peacocks back to their native land of India. Boba Fett, if you're still here, expect a very large package coming soon. It's going to contain all of the peacocks. And it's going to have on it a letter. And it's going to read, "Here, have them back. We don't like them." Biden has dementia. I mean, Biden obviously has no business at all being president. At least if Trump were president instead of Biden right now, Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. You know? Trump, for all his many failings, was not a pussy, right? Nobody could accuse Trump of being a pussy. Biden's a pussy. I would rather have Trump as president than Biden. But again, that's when, like South Park says, you're choosing between a douche and a turd sandwich. I guess I'll take the douche. You know.
Where's the ball?
Ah, the bong. It's right there next to the bucket. Here's a lighter.
Ah.
You're gonna next ask, and where's the weed? The weed is right here.
Thank you.
No, Mr. Bobby. Because the problem with the turd sandwich is, not only do you have to elect it, afterwards you have to eat it. At least with a douche, you just flush it down the toilet afterwards. That's the advantage of the douche over the turd sandwich. Who cares what Trump tried to do? Who cares what Trump's intentions were? Who cares what Trump's outcomes were? He didn't know how to be president. It would be like electing me to be a nuclear scientist. The basic problem, no matter what happens, is that I have no idea how to do that job. I'm completely unqualified for it. Right? Okay. Well, then you're part of that. You're part of the people who think that the president should only represent the people you like and not represent any of the people you don't like. How can you govern a country that has 246 varieties of cheese? Such a French thing to say. Don't make laws about cheese? Right? So let me ask you this, Becky T. If I try to make peace in the world, but accidentally break your house and all your stuff instead, did I still do a good job? After all, I was trying my best to make peace in the world. Me, obviously, Becky. I'm the only person who really be a good president. I know what the job is, in full. I've studied public policy for my entire adult life. I'm a policy debate coach. I debated public policy in high school. I'm correct about everything. He didn't break everything, Becky. You're not understanding the analogy here. So, for example, the job of a president is to represent the people of the United States and to uphold and defend the Constitution, right? So it doesn't matter how well intentioned he was, getting people to sign personal loyalty oaths to him that supersede their oath to uphold the Constitution and the people of the United States, when your job is to represent every single American citizen, right, is the equivalent of me trying to make world peace, but instead breaking your house and everything in it. Analogously, do you understand what I'm saying? This is why you should not vote unless you're voting for me, okay? Thank you, Becky. I appreciate that. I appreciate your vote. I promise to represent you and every other American to the best of my ability. I also promise to communicate to all Americans my justifications for my decisions in full, not just in tweets. I will be there at press conferences to answer everyone's questions and to explain to them why exactly we're doing what we're doing, why it's a good idea, and why even people who oppose it should agree with me. I promise to actually uphold the Constitution. When I make that oath, I'll be serious. I won't be lying. Isn't that weird? When I put my hand on that Bible and say, I swear to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States, I'll be crying, not lying. That's the difference between me and all the other candidates. I'll answer all your fucking questions. There ain't no question hard enough for me. The worst case scenario is, actually, I don't know anything about that. I'll have to look into that. Good question. Thank you for asking me. That's the difference between me and every other candidate anybody's ever even imagined. is I not only will answer all your questions, I'll answer them correctly. I'm not giving you talking points. I'm giving you the fucking truth. There ain't no talking points in an Eric Strauss run for presidency. Who needs talking points? Just look around and tell the truth. That's all it requires. And you know why I'd be the best president in part? Because I've been so coddled, privileged, and entitled my whole life that I think what matters is being correct. How many other people are there like me in the world? In America, right? Who've been this coddled, entitled, and privileged their whole lives, who have been debating public policy as a teenager competitively and as a coach for most of their adult life, whose father was a professor of political science as a side job, and who grew up believing in America and who still cries when he talks about Supreme Court decisions. Who else could you possibly want as president? Who else could possibly be a better fit for the job than me? You know, I'm skinny, not drunk Winston Churchill. I think Obama was fucking weak. He had some good ideas that I liked, some of his more libertarian ideas. His concept of co-opting the rights idea of an individual mandate was strategically smart. Okay? And then look what the fuck happened. That very simple one-page piece of legislation created an individual mandate to attain catastrophic health care insurance, which you could argue makes some sense, be ballooned into the 1,100-page nightmare called the AMA, or also known as Obamacare, which he then signed into law. That's good work. All the good work Trump did was get us out of shit. He got us out of international agreements we shouldn't have been in. That's great. Good job. Good outcomes. Okay? Great outcomes. Again, that's not how we evaluate a president. Thank God for Andrew Jackson getting rid of all those goddamn Indians. Otherwise, where would all the white people in Oklahoma live? Right? That's not how we evaluate presidents. The fact that Andrew Jackson ignored the Supreme Court, used the military, despite the Supreme Court's decision, to force the Indians on their trail of tears, you go have this shitty desert while we take Oklahoma, makes Andrew Jackson a bad president, not a good president. And Trump is Andrew Jackson 2.0. Even though I don't want to give Oklahoma back to the Indians. That's why you be right in the first place. Why don't I want to talk about Ukraine? Because I already told you about it 6 years ago when it mattered, when we could have added Ukraine to NATO and assured them that they wouldn't get invaded by Russia accordingly. I already said that years before it happened. Nobody listened to me. Oh, now Russia's invading Ukraine, let's talk about it. Why? Why talk about it now? There's no point in talking about it now. What you should have done instead of talk about it is listen to Eric talk about it 3 or 4 years ago. Let's talk about COVID now. Why? What you should have done is listen to Eric talk about COVID back at the very beginning when it started. That's what I say about that. Well, that's enough ranting for today. I guess I'm all ranted out now. You look nice.
Thank you.
Are we going someplace?
No.
You just like to look nice, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like a little Christmassy.
Right, Christmas. Today's Christmas. We don't have anything around here that looks like Christmas. Not even one thing, except your earrings and lipstick are evocative of Christmas. You don't even have any green, yet somehow you make gold and red look like Christmas.
Thanks.
You're pretty good at that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Politicians want to tax food and say Americans eat too much. Oh, it's for your own good. Fuck you. Is what I have to say to that. Like New York and its drink law. Remember when it was like you can only have drinks a certain size?
That was Bloomberg.
Oh, God.
It didn't last because the people were like, screw this.
The anti-state shit is such bullshit. It's just, will you just leave people alone and let them do what they want? If they're not doing anything rights violating, just let them do what they want.
That's true.
When they start breaking the law, should equal when they start violating someone's property or rights to property or person, you know?
Yeah.
Then arrest them. It's that simple. Well, Niebuhr, I do believe in environmental regulations. And I think that by and large the United States is doing it intelligently. California's doing it pretty intelligently.
Yeah.
By placing the burden on the manufacturers rather than on the consumers, mostly, they're doing it intelligently.
It is intelligently.
And it's necessary too. Look, if you want to look at a striking set of statistics, look at the graphs of amount of lead in the air alongside the global graphs of amount of lead in the air alongside the global graphs of violent crime. They are mirror images of each other as to when you were born, right? So the amount of lead in the air correlated very strongly with increased rates of violent crime globally. there's like a 30-year period or so where there were enough leaded gas cars that it shows dramatically on the stats, and the things line up fucking perfectly. It's crazy. So is environmental protection important? Absolutely. Is air pollution bad? Absolutely. So when I was a kid here in California, we had terrible air pollution. Well, lead does. Lead, Niebuhr. Specifically lead. Once they got rid of leaded gasoline, that whole thing started going down. Okay? It's not pollution in general, it's lead. But even after they got rid of leaded gasoline, the air pollution in Los Angeles was terrible when I was a kid. We had 3 stages of smog alert. First stage, second stage, third stage smog alert, which happened regularly, all the time, okay? It used to be in the summer, most of the time, or a large amount of the time, I could not see the mountains from my house. Rachel, are the mountains very far away from our house?
No.
No. When you look outside, you can see the mountains just fine.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, they're clear as day. Can you imagine it being so smoggy that you cannot see the mountains from my house?
No.
Well, that was a regular occurrence when I was a child. A very regular occurrence. We'd have third stage smog alerts at school, which meant we weren't allowed to go outside for PE. There was second stage, you were allowed to go outside, but you just had to sit. You couldn't run around, etc. In the summer, a very regular occurrence was my chest hurting, my lungs hurting. I hadn't started smoking yet, which for some reason did not seem to make my chest or lungs hurt. Instead, what I was doing was breathing. And I was not the only child who reported this. This was commonplace. After any exercise, like, oh, my chest hurts so much. Mine too. Oh, it's horrible. Because it was 1975, 76, or where we were 4 or 5 years old. We just gotten done playing in Grandma's swimming pool. And we're breathing hard. And our chest would all hurt.
Jeez, that does not sound fun.
But California implemented these strict laws about catalytic converters and smog checks. You have to have your car smog checked every 3 years, I think it is. Depends on the year. They do give some exemptions. So if you've got like a super classic car before a certain year, then you're not subject to smog checks, and you can be a polluter. But the air quality around here is, frankly, most of the year pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
Having been to China, I know also what bad air quality looks like as an adult, not just from childhood. You want to talk about some bad air quality? Try going to China. Shanghai is supposedly the city with the good air quality.
Oh my gosh.
Because it's right by the ocean. I didn't even go to Beijing. Shanghai's air quality is terrible. Your eyes sting, your chest hurts, same thing. It's the old smogaroo, they call it.
The old smogaroo.
Yeah. Are there any good sports on today?
I believe so.
Do we have any plans for activities or funnesses of any sort today? Oh yeah, Cameron's coming over at some point. So
Okay, cool.
to shoot BB guns. To not shoot at any peacocks though. I don't think we're going to be able to shoot at any peacocks.
There's some.
They seem to have gotten the message.
Yeah.
Population density. Oh, Fly Guy, how dare you bring up so provocative a topic as population density? You're gonna start a riot with talk like that. Rachel and I were having a conversation about population density the other day because we encountered this acre and a half where they're gonna put 96 condos plus a bunch of other shit supposedly. Like Arcadia is not crowded enough, you know?
Yeah.
You can't really drive around here without running into some, what do you call it? Traffic. If you love traffic and hate American restaurants, you're gonna love Arcadia.
Yeah. It's not many Americans. It's true.
What I just said is a very true statement. If you love traffic, love peacock shit,
Yep.
and hate American restaurants,
Yep.
you're gonna love Arcadia. I think you mean either conflate or mistake, not convolute, but that's okay. I don't mean to be a diction Nazi anyway. I just can't help it. I can't help it.
Can I have some of your coffee?
If there's any left, I'll pursue. About ready to end this stream, maybe we go get more coffee.
Oh,
What do you think about this?
yeah. Wait, where are we gonna get it?
Wherever you want, my darling.
Because I was thinking of getting matcha.
That's fine. Where do they have that?
The tea.
I don't want to go all the way down there, though. I bet they got it someplace closer than there.
They probably have it at Starbucks, right? I mean, I could just get coffee if we're gonna get Starbucks.
Right. I'm not saying I don't want you to get matcha tea. I'm just trying to think of a place that's not all the way down next to SGV that has matcha tea. It's open on Christmas Day.
There's a tea leaf.
Don't forget the that's open on Christmas Day part. As far as I know, the supermarket's still open, and the Starbucks inside the supermarket's still open.
Okay.
So why don't we go there and cross our fingers that they have matcha tea? What do
Okay.
you say about that?
Yeah, and if they don't, then I'll just get coffee. It's fine.
Okay. I want you to get the thing you want to get. I just have my concerns that it may be well, to use Bobby's word, a bit of a convoluted process, given that it's Christmas Day. And yes, I did misuse the word convoluted there. It wouldn't be so much convoluted as it would be full of barriers to completion.
Yeah.
Winston's mom's gonna Google matcha near me. Remember that Winston's mom, it's Christmas Day. That makes the question a lot more challenging.
Yeah. We know McDonald's is open.
Oh right, McDonald's
Yeah.
is open. We should get some food too.
Yeah.
You wanna just go through
Oh
McDonald's?
yeah, let's go through McDonald's.
Alright, problem solved. They don't have any matcha tea
But
at
they have-
McDonald's, but
they
they
have-
do have food.
Yeah, if they have sweet tea, I'll have their sweet tea.
Okay.
Or just
How in the
coffee.
world is it already this late?
I don't know, we can continue.
It's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon? I shit you not. I thought it was about 9 in the morning right now. How long have I been streaming for? 6.5 hours? I guess those mushrooms must have kicked in more than I thought. No, we'll go through the drive-through. We're not get out of the car kind of people. Really? Not naturally.
Not naturally, no.
Sometimes we get out of the car. But in our most native form, I think we're stay in the car people.
We are. Stay in the car, people.
You know what's definitely not open that now I'm wishing were open? In and Out. They're definitely closed
definitely
on
closed.
Christmas, yeah.
Oh, I wish that's what I was wishing too.
In and Out sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
No luck. They're definitely closed on Christmas.
We saw a sign.
They're one of those kind of companies, you know.
Mhm.
They got a little Christianity thing going on, you know. Anyway, see y'all later. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. We will get some cheese on our food from McDonald's.
McDonald's.
Merry Christmas.